The countdown to the state finals has reached its boiling point. We have arrived at the penultimate weekend, just 1 week remaining. And today the road to the championship runs through Kentwood, Michigan. For these robots and their young designers, builders, and operators, this is the final tune-up. Their last chance to refine the code and perfect the strategy before the lights get even brighter. Dreams will be fueled, alliances forged, and victories will be earned. Which schools will rise to the challenge? We find out next. This is First in Michigan Robotics Game Day. We take another big step forward to the state finals in Michigan High School Robotics. Today we are at East Kentwood High School in the Grand Rapids area. This regional event, rebuilt First in Michigan Robotics. We welcome you inside. Dan Gutowski along with Dan Kimura. And Dan, the teams are really detailed and focused now as we are getting close to this year's state finals, which comes next weekend.
Right, yeah, so the state championship is going to qualify the top 160 teams in Michigan. Everybody plays 2 districts to collect points to qualify for the state championship. This is going to be everybody's second district event. So at this event, like you said, they've got to have everything working as good as possible to collect those points.
To get everyone up to speed, the game rules and execution, let's take a look at how everything will unfold today.
So this year's game, Rebuilt, it's a 2-minute and 40-second long match. The first 20 seconds are autonomous mode. So again, as always, pre-programmed. The robots are going to try to score this fuel, get to the middle of the field, reload, come back, and score some more. Every fuel you score in auto mode or driver control, teleop, is worth 1 point. But if you win auto mode, if you score more fuel in auto mode, you get the preferred shift. So when teleop happens, the first 10 seconds, both goals are active. You can score on either side. Then the losing team from auto mode, their hub gets active first. We go back and forth, 25 seconds apiece. The last 30 seconds is endgame. You can climb the tower for points. Teams aren't going to do that very often here. Instead, they're going to keep shooting.
Yeah, lots of activity on the playing field, but what about the sideline part of it? What's happening in the pits with the kids that are competing today? For that, we get a perspective from Steve Iwanek.
Hello, Dan and Dan. So good to be back with you for another district event here for First Robotics. Like you said, I'm going to be here alongside the pits throughout the course of the afternoon. We're going to talk to the winning alliance after each round, and we're going to be talking strategy, success, any adjustments that need to be made as we go throughout the course of our rounds, and we'll bring you that insight immediately following each round. But for now, Dan and Dan, we send it back over to you.
All right, Steve, thank you. We'll be checking in with him frequently throughout today, and we'll also keep an eye on, obviously, here's the way the brackets look as we get into our game action. Upper bracket, you can lose and have to go into that loser bracket, Dan, but you can still work your way back into the semifinals and finals.
Yeah, and since we have a moment, we kind of talk about the whole weekend structure here. We came in, teams came in actually on Thursday night to get set up and inspected. Friday and this morning, we had what we call qualification matches. You play with random partners against random opponents. And in those matches, you're collecting ranking points. If you win, you get a couple ranking points. If you score enough balls in the hub, you can get bonus ones for that. There's another bonus one you can get if you have enough robots climbing on, the bars at the end. After all that's done, we rank our teams 1 through 40. I think we have 39 teams here. So we rank all the teams in order, and then Alliance number 1, or Captain number 1, the number 1 seed, gets to pick a partner for our playoff tournament, which you can see the bracket for here. So 1 picks a partner, then 2 picks a partner, all the way down to 8. 8 gets a second pick. We snake our way back up to number 1, so we have 8 alliances of 3 robots each, and they are going to be permanent alliances now for these playoffs.
All right, here's a question. Obviously, the teams that are selecting are going to look at the rankings of the other teams. Do they always go by the specific number, or are there some other factors that might make you say, hey, we know this machine is maybe better than, what they showed earlier, and we trust that?
And so Alliance number 1 is a perfect example of that. So 3620, I believe that's St. Joe, seeded number 1. So they were Alliance 1 captain. They got to choose any robot here to be partnered with. You'd think maybe they pick number 2, right? But they pick number 6, 1023 Bedford Express. What these teams are doing is during the entire qualification matches, and actually even before they get to the event, they have people in the stands watching every match, grading the robots on how they're performing. This game's a little hard because of how fast and how many balls get shot at once, but in some games they'll even count like every single game piece they picked up, every single game piece they shoot, how many they scored. There are some mathematic ways of calculating that. So if you're a big, linear algebra guy,
yeah.
Essentially,
did you just point at me when you said linear algebra guy?
Yeah, I thought that was
not me.
So to kind of break it down simply, like in algebra, right? If you have one variable and one equation, you can solve for that. So if you have x plus 12 equals something, you can figure out what x is because you have one equation. There's enough information there to solve for x, as long as that's your only unknown. What you can actually do is you can take every single match. Consider there are 6 unknowns for each robot, and you have final score for red and final score for blue. So you have 2 equations for each match. Once we've played all 80-some qualification matches, you have a ton of equations. You can actually go back and try to calculate what amount of each score is attributed to which robot. So a little bit of math going in there. There's some noise, but in a game like this where your robots are throwing up 80 balls at once and you can't count them individually, sometimes those numbers can work out. So back to your original question, since we took our linear algebra detour, they're looking for a robot that's going to be able to play with them, and they're also going to not only be trusting those numbers of the rank, but they're going to be trusting their scouter's eyes and what they saw happening during the matches.
Okay, so good answer. We are rolling into the introduction now for our first match, and this is the double elimination bracket, round 1, Alliance 1 versus Alliance 8. So preview, looks like the most experienced team here today, Dan, is the Average Joes from St. Joseph.
Yeah, I think there might be 1 or 2 teams with a lower number, but as you know, the lower the team number, generally speaking, the longer you've been around. I think 1,100 something were rookies this year. We've got a 10,000 team, 10,181 on our number 1 alliance, and I believe that is a second-year team, might be third year, but it's a very young team. And I mean, of course, alliance number 1, that's going to be our favorites going in. We talked a little bit about those calculations, though. If we look at the sum of, we call it OPR, which is offensive power ranking, but that's that calculated number I was talking about. Alliance number 1's OPR collectively at this event is about 333 points. Meanwhile, if we look at Alliance number 8, who they're going to be facing, it's a lot lower at about 181. So not a surprise, but Alliance number 1 is the favorite here.
And again, we talk about where do these events, where do these teams come from? Are they all regionally close? They are really, truly not. I mean, you got teams going all over the state, to kind of find, new competition, expose themselves to, the different environments and whatnot. So even though today we are in West Michigan, we're going to have teams from all over the Lower Peninsula.
Yeah, I'm probably not Upper Peninsula because there is an Upper Peninsula event this week as well going on in Escanaba, but occasionally they'll have to cross the bridge and come down here to play. I did not do my homework. I said I was going to learn every city in Michigan and where it was geographically at the last event. Have not done that, but I do know number 1 alliance has Bedford, 1023, which is southeast Michigan, close to the border with Ohio. So that at least is one team that made a long trip.
Well, we could push all the geography questions to next weekend if you're comfortable with that.
Yeah, no, I'll be ready then.
100%, 100%. Very good. Yes, we are set to go here. A little bit of tweaking on the field. You can see looks like one robot. I can't see, it's out of our line. There we go. Good catch. I can't see the number, but a little bit of last minute, maintenance and whatnot. That's 1023. That's the Bedford Express robot.
Just talking about them. It's hard to tell what they're working on there.
So in theory, when you're checking everything out before, that the match is going to start, are you 100% sure that everything works? Is there, I mean, are there any variables, or is it only supposed to catch maybe 90% of what's truly functional in that machine at that time?
So there are a few things that we can look for. You're going to be looking for the robot to connect to the field. That's something that has not happened yet. Great shot here. That blinking light that we're seeing right now.
The red light.
Yep, that is indicating, I think that they're A-stopped. So there's an A-stop, which is an autonomous mode stop. You can hit that to stop your autonomous mode from running. Above that are two lights that would be the team color. In this case, they should be red. If those are flashing, they're not connected to the field. So what we know right now is this robot is powered on. It has communications. Packets are going to the field and to the driver station where the controls are and back to the robot. But on the driver station, there are going to be more metrics of things they're looking for. So they might be missing a camera. They might be missing their CAN bus. So the CAN bus is Control Area Network. All of the motors are basically hooked up to this internal network. CAN is kind of actually the same network that you'd have on your car. And so this network is actually what takes the signal from the radio through the main computer and then gets out to the motors on that network. So that could be down. The other major thing is there are cameras that sometimes are plugged in, and the cameras will be plugged in. It's basically just an Ethernet port that you plug the camera into, and sometimes the camera doesn't show up. So I can't quite see from here what it is they're reaching in and going for. But it's not the core control system. It's going to be one of those auxiliary pieces.
So the list of what they're checking is, it's not endless, but it's very long.
Yeah, they'll know, though. They'll have enough information from the team driver station. They know what they're looking at there and that what they're trying to get fixed out. And there is a little bit of a time limit. So it looks like, I don't know if they finished all of the changes they wanted before they got shooed off the field. If the robot is not communicating with the field and it's a radio side thing or a field issue, they'll spend as much time as they need to get that fixed. If it's something like your camera just isn't working, that's more of the team's responsibility. So we do want all the robots to be fully functional when we play. They're going to give them some time to work on it, but it's not endless if it is something that is the team's responsibility.
So I think we're going to have a green light go. So whatever was amiss has now been adjusted and corrected.
All right.
And away we go. We start with the autonomous period for 20 seconds.
I see. And I was my mistake. That A-stop is for the third robot on that alliance. So that was 10-181 not running their auto mode, just, I think, to make sure they don't get in the way of their partners.
Yeah, the average Joe's machine really unloading fuel cells, and they are off and running.
In blue, we're not going to see this a lot, but 9685 does a climb in auto mode for blue. You do get bonus points for that. It does not count towards winning the auto mode. I believe it's just fuel scored. So that means red wins auto mode. Blue is going to be on the first offensive shift here.
And is that kind of a practice run for that blue robot, just to see if we can pull it off?
You actually get points for doing it in auto mode. You can go up, get some points, come back down, and then we expect they'll do it again at the end of the match.
Okay. Points are flying. The fuel cells are flying. Red Alliance gets the jump by about 30 points. And they are really... a little bit of defense there played by the 9685 Crystal Oscillators machine. But boy, it's a lot of offense for Red, and Blue Alliance going to have some ground to make up.
It's like Red might have started shooting just a little early. I think a couple balls went through before the light turned on, so those won't count. But you can see what they were doing. Red is just dumping as many balls into their zone as possible, and now they've got two robots that have a turret, so that these robots can aim. They're basically using the floor as their storage. They're picking up and shooting directly from the floor there.
Yeah, volume shooting is rewarded here, and you can see the Red Alliance is really blowing it open here by almost over 100 points.
And good defense there by 10-181, knocking them off course. That's 84-23 they hit, and they missed pretty much all of their shots from that.
See the 9685 Crystal Oscillators, they're loaded with fuel cells, but not shooting yet. And now they're kind of hung up on that far side. There it is right there. That's
one
not
red,
good.
one blue robot. Both look like they're stuck. The blue robot is still moving, but definitely, yep, they're free now.
Yeah, that is a loss of time, and it's going to lose some points. We mentioned scores are going to be very big. We had 400 and 500-point scores a few weeks ago when we were in Troy, and looks like the Red Alliance is on their way to something very similar to that this week in this first one.
Looks like we're going to be a little low. This is kind of the benchmark we're being set. I think we're going to be under 400 here when all is said and done.
Okay. But when you're 200 points up on that's you can live with that.
Yep. You don't have to push, and you know, I mean, there are different teams in different districts, right? So there's going to be some variability as well.
Nobody hangs at the end, and nobody approaches the tower to try and hang at the end. And we're expecting that will continue throughout today. That's not a huge factor in these matches so far. Could be later.
Yeah, I mean, we got a few points there. We'll see it when we get the final scoreboard. We got some hanging points there in auto, but yeah, not a major factor here.
So Blue Alliance, the Robo Panthers from Hesperia, and Next Express from Temperance. So we have a Red Alliance win. We'll tally the points for you in just a moment, but not a big surprise. A 200-point win.
Yep.
That is not common.
You know, it's Alliance 1 versus Alliance 8.
Right, okay.
And a few things did not go Alliance 8's way. We saw that blue robot getting kind of stuck up on some balls by the trench for a while. And of course, when you're playing 1v8, I mean, it would be a big upset for 8 to win, so you can't afford any of those minor missteps.
Right. And truthfully, if you're the number one alliance, it's kind of hard to grade. You know, you're kind of just critiquing yourself, not so much how did we do against, the number 8 seed.
Yeah, like I said, that's the benchmark, right? They went out, they did a comfortable match, scored, their 327 points, and now they can start adjusting that. So you want to settle in, you want to get that first match out of the way, you want to make sure that you and your alliance partners are finding good ways to work together. And this is one of the things we're going to watch as this event goes on is 1023 and 3620, both turret shooters, both trying to load and shoot the balls on the floor, during their offensive shifts. So we're going to have to watch if they can stay separate. There were a couple times that match where they were both on the same side of the field, and that might have cost them some points.
Let's roll into our match results. There it is officially. Boy, few points in Autonomous for the Red Alliance, and then they really ramped it up in Teleop, and no penalty points. One that, you're right, 15 points on the tower.
Yep. And they could have come back at the end and grabbed another, maybe 30. I think they go high enough for that. Wasn't going to shift the outcome here. They needed to get a couple of more loads of fuel shot and that hang to close the gap.
And, for the Blue Alliance going forward, hey, look, they know that, a victory in this first match is probably not going to happen, but it's all about learning and building and improving and getting better and whatnot. So that's the mindset.
Yep, exactly.
So a convincing Red Alliance win. And, the Average Joes are a team that we've known about for many, many, many years. Mm-hmm. And we'll right now we'll go downstairs, throw it downstairs to Steve Iwanek.
Well, Dan and Dan, thank you. We're trying to let the Alliances kind of catch a moment there after the first round of the day, but you guys were talking about it. It wasn't necessarily the biggest offensive output for the Red Alliance, especially Alliance number 1, but comfortable 200-point lead. Average Joe's their machine, putting in a lot of work on offense, a heavy defensive effort as well to prevent the Blue Alliance from getting a lot of points on the board. So interesting to see strategy, how they adjust as these alliances continue to learn each other and figure out what is going to be the maximal output here on the course of an offensive day. So for now, I'm looking forward to getting ready for match number 2. So Dan and Dan, we send it back up to you.
All right, Steve, thanks. Always good to get a little bit of insight as to how things are going in the pits and things of that nature. So let's roll into our next match. And we've got we got Demon Robotics, the Fabricators, and Dark Horse Robotics. This is a 4-5 matchup.
Yep. Expect this one to be
a lot closer, right? So Wyoming North Branch. Yeah, you're not even gonna get me on geography today. North Branch is, I think, on the east side of the state. But let's And let's leave geography off the table.
You said that with enough confidence that I believe you without question.
And then let's flip it to the Red Alliance. The Red Storm Robotics. Yes, Red Storm Robotics. Michigan Center, the MC Hammers. We know what they're about. And the Cassopolis Robo Rangers.
Just going to take the easy one. East Kentwood is right here. We're there.
Well done.
All right, some of the stats here. Alliance 4 versus Alliance 5. We said it was going to be a lot closer. Alliance 4, looking at that OPR, that calculated value for that alliance, is about 267. Alliance 5, about 250. So only about 17 points in it between these two, and that is well within the the variability.
And the playing field is hot, autonomous for 20 seconds. Who's going to load up on fuel cells and put them in that hub?
76-56. I think they got caught in auto mode. They weren't able to reload, and they are not shooting. Oh, they are A-stopped. Yeah, something went wrong there. We got a couple of A-stops on the other side, too. I don't know if those were intentional or not. Sometimes if your robot just gets off course, you hit that A-stop, because if you shoot a bunch of balls off the field, you can actually get penalized for that.
And we're out of the transition shift into shift 1. Each shift is 25 seconds. And, boy, this is a quiet playing field. Now Blue Alliance kicks it up with a fairly steady barrage of fuel cells.
Yep, 51-66 doing that turret shooting, so they're using the floor as their hopper. Meanwhile, their partner, 858, is kind of what we call a dumping robot. They load up a big hopper and try to spit it all out at once.
How about the defense by that Dark Horse Robotics Blue Robot, working very aggressively in the Red Alliance zone.
They got a lot of hits there. That was a good one. 43-25, just missed 5 or 6 balls from that hit. But Red Storm, 38-75, I think they braced themselves against that hanging ladder and were able to make most of their shots.
Blue Alliance trying to catch up now. A nice run here for the Red Alliance. They get multiple machines kicking out fuel cells into that hub.
Yep, so here's the ebb and flow, right? Back to Blue on offense. They need to take the lead here.
And they may just get enough of Red. Very quiet for the Red Alliance right now as the door opens for the Blue Alliance to get back in. They continue to pound on that hub.
Just 3 seconds left, a couple last shots. Some of those might have been late. But 40 points, they've got a 40-point advantage. That is going to make this very close in the end game. Remember, the last 30 seconds, both hubs are active. Both alliances are going to score at the same time. We're 10 seconds away from that.
So expect a big finish here. Score very, very tight. 30 seconds left. Red Alliance is going to unleash some fuel cells. Blue Alliance will follow suit. Who's got the biggest surge late here? 20 seconds left. Blue Alliance really loading up, but only one robot is firing at the hub.
But Blue has pulled ahead.
Yeah, they have pulled ahead. That might be enough for the Blue Alliance. 10 seconds left. Not much push here by the Red Alliance. They're going to try and hang. Nope, they pass on it, and they're going to rely on their fuel cells. In the end, looks like not enough, and the Blue Alliance is going to take a win here.
Yeah, what we saw was that last shift, that last red shift, they only got about a 10-point lead. So we went into endgame, 30 seconds, both hubs are active. Red was up by 10, but Blue had all of that time to load up. So Blue's going to be more effective in endgame because they lost auto. They get that endgame where they can, or that last shift, they can load up and be ready. So what we saw, as soon as endgame happened, Blue had all the balls. Red had used all their balls to get that 10-point lead, and Blue was able to run away with it.
So we had a much more competitive match. We expected that in our second match, which is a matchup of 4 and 5. Blue Alliance is your winner. Dark Horse Robotics, Fabricators, and Demons Robotics from Wyoming, Freeland, and North Branch, Michigan.
Yeah, a little bit of an upset there. 5/4. I mean, minor upset as far as they go, but kind of well within what Alliance 5 in Blue exceeded kind of their calculated average. So as an alliance, they are so far more than the sum of their parts here.
All right, downstairs we go to Steve Iwanek.
You hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Okay, perfect. All right. Oh, hello. Well, here we are, Evan, Alliance 5. Sorry, Dan and Dan. Well, look, what a competitive game there. In the final 30 seconds end game, you guys really had a strong surge. Talk to me. What did it take to get that lead, that pull away there in the last 30 seconds?
So a lot of what it took to get that lead is being able to corral fuel back to our side. I personally was watching Dark Horse Robotics, and we made sure that in the end they come back and corral fuel to us. So, the other side was lacking a lot of fuel because of the defense we were playing, and then we were able to get a lot more, so that's really what it came down to, yeah.
Now, I'm looking at the scoreboard, only about a 60-point win. I'm sure you're going to want to try and build some cushion in that next round. So talk to me. When you go back to the pits, make your adjustments, what's the first thing you're going to look at as a team?
I think we're going to look more at if we should do triple offense next match, because we know that we can all score really well. So it really depends on what we're looking for in the next match and if we want to up our score or if we want to play defense.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we saw Alliance 1, who you're going to be facing next, put up 327 in their match. You guys at 265 in this one.
Yep.
That's a little bit closer of a gap than maybe, on paper it would have looked like. So are you confident looking at that offensive approach?
We're super confident. We're very excited. When we had a lot of issues at the beginning of the competition, but we got those fixed. And now that we're working well, we can score a lot better. So we're very excited to play against those kind of teams.
Well, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And Alliance 5 with a big win here in match number 2. Dan and Dan, back up to you.
All right, Steve, thanks. Here's our scoreboard. And again, wow, 265. That's a pretty good step before your first showing here, right?
Yep. Little last-second 10-point tower climb that I actually missed. I did not see that happen. But, the tower at the end, it's a trade-off. Because they had so many balls staged in their zone, they cleared through all those balls, and now, if you got 5-6 seconds left, maybe even 10 seconds left, and you don't think you can make it to the middle, get 10 balls, and get back, being able to go to the tower and pick up those points is going to be, pretty clutch.
Let's go to some highlights. And Blue Alliance winning. We see the Red Alliance beginning with
that was auto mode, so 76-56. Didn't really pick up as many balls as they wanted, and then clipped the edge. That's where they A-stopped, so they didn't shoot those balls out and miss.
Fabricators, 51-66.
Yep, so they're on a defensive shift there. They're sending balls back to their Alliance zone, so they're there when it is their turn to score. And then here we see Red Alliance, some defense being played. Some of those hits were very effective, some of the hits not so effective. And this, I think that was endgame there, where we saw the Blue Alliance with all of those extra balls available to really seal that victory.
Yeah, they're jacked up. We move to match 3. Here's how it's going to break down. We've got East Grand Rapids Robotics, Eddie Circuit, and Red Storm rookies from Kentwood, Edwardsburg, and Grand Rapids. So that's got a bit of a local feel to it with those 3 teams.
Yeah, this is going to be Alliance 2 versus Alliance 7. So this is our second kind of unbalanced match, at least on paper.
Comstock Colts, Steel Falcons, and B Botics. Kalamazoo, Brighton, and Bridgman.
It's an interesting number 2 seeded alliance. We've got 2 teams over 10,000. I believe both 10-6-4-2 and 10-6-3-3 are second-year teams. And then, of course, 72-20 Steel Falcons been around for a while. Quick preview on the stats here. This says number 2 is going to win comfortably. Number 2 Alliance has a combined OPR of about 352. And Alliance number 7 only 103.5. So on paper, Alliance 7 is the lowest scoring Alliance here, but maybe they've got some defense.
So we kick it off, and we got autonomous for 20 seconds. Both teams trying to generate all that offense with fuel cells going up at the hub. Looks like Red Alliance is going to come out ahead.
Yeah, and that's despite 10-6-3-3 has A-stopped. And 7-2-2-0 at the end also A-stopped, but that one looked more like kind of planned. Not a big deal for them. That was at the very end, but 10-6-6-3 did not come back. Can they get this giant hopper of balls off in the 5 seconds left of the transition shift?
They got a pretty good chunk there.
They did.
Not all of them, but another barrage of red fuel cells going up.
Yep, I did see some late shots there from Red. About 7 shots went through when the lights were off. So that's wasted shots.
Blue Alliance trying to make a jump there. but maybe not as efficient and productive as they would want. Good defense in that corner played by the B. Let's see if that's the B-Botics. No, that's the Comstock Colts machine.
Yep. And again, the metric we're looking for is we're now even on shifts. So this is like kind of a true score, 73 to 45. They both have the same amount of offensive shifts left. Sorry, at the end of this period, they have the same amount of offensive shifts.
Lots of red fuel cells going up into their hub. They're going to bump their score up, and they're going to double it by a whole bunch, and then some. So there's going to be a lot of work for this Blue Alliance to do here in the last 75 seconds.
We'll see. This is blue shift. This is where we wanted to see blue robots lined up. It's 12 seconds left in the shift before we have some shots going off. So blue is not really prepared for that one. Running a little bit behind.
Yeah, this is not a productive output for Blue Alliance. And Red Alliance certainly will not have much pressure going forward here.
Yeah, we really wanted to see the seesaw. Blue should have taken the lead there after that shift if we were in a close match. Instead, it looks like red is gonna run away with this one.
Yeah, they're just pounding away inside 40 seconds left.
Now, a lot of misses there, though. I think that was 72-20. Fired a lot of balls up. It's hard to tell sometimes, right, with that big cloud of balls going towards it.
Yeah.
But that's what I've been trying to practice is watch how many of those shots are missing. And we saw first 2 missed from that salvo, but the rest were lined up.
Blue Alliance with a chance to make some noise on their end of it as they work on their hub. But boy, Red Alliance, now we're in the final 10 seconds. It's a free-for-all, and we're going to have a very comfortable Red Alliance win when all is said and done.
Yeah, we'll see how hard they push if they want to maybe match Alliance #1 scores. Shooting right to the last second there. I don't know if they're going to be over 300, but they're going to be close. I think they got 15, 20 balls there at the very end. And sometimes the real-time scoring won't show that if they're scored at the end of the match or after the match ends.
Well, almost 300. That's a pretty good opener.
It's definitely right.
Yeah.
Like we're seeing that 265, 327, what's going to be around 300 here. We got 3 alliances already looking like they're close to parity here. We could have some really exciting matches, especially as we reach the second round of our playoffs here. And Alliance 3 on paper should be able to put out scores similar.
So far, things have kind of gone according to script. The higher seeds are outperforming the lower seeds. Of course, that 4 and 5 is kind of a toss-up. Yeah, but and our fourth match will feature alliances 3 and 6. Now there's a. I was going to say, going back to that mascot, there's a person in there wearing that dog mascot outfit, and that's not comfortable in a warm gym. It's my hunch.
I would agree, yes. Luckily, this is not the warmest gym we've been in, but
that's true. Red Alliance is your winner for this one. They win the third match. And 285 to 104.
So 285 from our #2 alliance. They had some issues in autonomous mode. If autonomous mode goes better, they can definitely run that score up a little higher as well. And I saw like both 72-20 and 10-6-3-3 had some accuracy issues, more than I think we're used to seeing out of some of these teams. So a few late shots that didn't get counted and a few shots that missed the hub. Hopefully they can tune that in a little bit better going forward.
Let's check in with the winning Red Alliance and join Steve Iwanek.
All right, Dan and Dan, thank you so much. Well, I'm joined by Noel from the Red Alliance. Nice win there in the opening round. Let's talk about that. It seems like so far, all these matches so far, kind of hanging between 250 to 300 points in that range. So for you guys, a solid output with about 285. How do you guys get above 300 and start trying to grow your guys' margin more?
Well, one of our teammates, their comms died during it. If that didn't happen, we would have got a lot more points from them. So I think they're going to go and tweak that. And then our second choice, I need to check with what was going up with them, but
Sure, but having one robot go down, so being able to put up a number like that, got to feel good
yeah.
about that. The 7220 bot really did a nice job of bringing a lot of fuel back into your guys' zone. Just talk to me from a strategy perspective what it was going into in terms of trying to get as much fuel as you could.
okay. So we fire as many, we shoot as much fuel as we can onto our side at the beginning, and then when the hub is active, we just try to get as much as we can in it. And a lot of times we'll have our other alliances just push if they're not good shooters, because we have a decent shooter.
Dan?
I'm just curious. So your first pick was 10,633. Was that based on how your robots mesh together, or just pure offensive numbers that you were seeing?
So we liked them a lot from the beginning. We thought they were actually going to get probably picked. So when they didn't, we were like, sweet. But they mesh well because our autons we can both do different side autons. We have strong autons, and we both are strong shooters. And they were just one of our favorites. So.
Well, Noelle, congratulations. Nice win for the Red Alliance. Dan and Dan, back up to you.
Sweet.
Sweet is right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Into the next round, no problems.
Yep. Here's the final numbers. They all skew towards the Red Alliance. Autonomous, they had 44 points in Autonomous for Red. Blue only had 45 in all of their teleops. So
Yeah,
there's
definitely
work to go. Work
some
to do.
issues there. And that Autonomous did not hit all the way, right? We saw 10-6-3-3, the Robotics, not getting their huge hopper off. Easily another 20, 30 points there for them.
Let's pick some highlights as we reflect on that third match, a 2-7 showdown. That's the 5980 East Grand Rapids Robotics machine you saw there.
Yep. The start of that offensive period was pretty good from them. They just weren't able to reload. And here's where we see 10-6-3-3. Kind of got hit coming over the bump, got stuck a little bit, and I think that's maybe where their comms went out. So when they say comms, lost comms, you have that network connection, wireless connection to the robot. If that drops, a lot of times it's because something is rebooting on the robot. You could be out for 30 seconds to a minute if that happens.
And then here's the Red Alliance just capitalizing in their window to force those fuel cells into the hub.
Big hits. We see some smart, locating there, 7-2-2-0, putting themselves in a kind of a protected spot at the end of that match to make sure those shots are going in and they're not able to be defended. We'll see at the end, the last 30 seconds of the match, end game, there is some tower protection. So that ladder-looking thing on each side of the field is a tower. If you're touching that, you're kind of protected. You're going to get a big penalty if they hit you during the last 30 seconds there.
All right, here we go. This is match 4, Digital Dislocators, Code Red Robotics, and Tigers Bro. And then we have the Paradise teams. I'm going to make sure I'm on the right board here. Yeah.
Yep.
Enigma Robotics, that one team, Our Next Engineers, and RoboSnacks. So those are the machines here for match 4, 3 against 6.
Yeah, we can one more time pull up those calculated numbers, and then probably after that, it'll be more of what they did than what on paper they can do. But Alliance number 3, OPR about 275. Alliance number 6, only about 200, 198, 199. So definitely about a 70-point advantage to Alliance 3 in red.
And we're on to Autonomous. 20 seconds, everybody can fire. Blue Alliance getting a lot of fuel cells up towards that hub. Red Alliance matching them pretty well too, so this looks pretty close.
2075 catching the hub, so they're firing balls to the middle of nowhere. They should have E-stopped there. They did a little bit late. 4967 doing a great job, though, of picking up balls off the floor and continuing to score that whole period, and that does give Red the win.
And the 2075 robot back in functioning order. And
yeah, but those shots all missed. I think they made 1 of 8 there.
Yeah, that's going to be a setback for them. Blue Alliance making some noise.
See a little bit of a ball jam on 6081 in blue. They decided to go refill the hopper, and now that's looking better. 2771 is back. So we've got all 3. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Watch on blue. 2771, 9630. Oh, and they're not going to have time to pull it off. We got to keep an eye on that. So 9638 has a full load of balls. They don't shoot them. they're just collecting balls to pass. So they spit them out. They're now in the right zone, but one of the things they can do is they can spit those balls out directly into 2771's intake, acting as an extended hopper for them.
So it's like a shorter transition to get the fuel cells.
Yeah, you're
and
just pumping them right in.
Nice strategy. You can see the 2771 red.
And they're doing it now. They're doing it now in blue. So you see that pass back and forth in 2771. So it's like a double hopper size for 2771.
Good strategy. And they bumped up their score big time, so that's a strategy that's paying off. Red Alliance is going to have to do some catching up here in the final minute.
Yep. So that was blue seesawed in the lead by about 40. Red's going to answer back. Red needs to be up by a bit at the end of this period in order to be comfortable going into endgame. So they got to get one more cycle off here. And 4967 has crossed the field and is playing defense. That means they are probably broken. Their offensive output is not working.
So still a good comeback for the Red Alliance. 30 seconds left. Now Blue Alliance really jacking up the fuel cells.
Good move by 4967. They know that there's something wrong with their shooter. They pass some balls into the human player, which is going to give the human player the ability to throw balls in.
Boy, this is going to go right down to the wire here.
Yep, 2075 back and loaded. But meanwhile, 6081 doing the same. Red's got a few more fuel to work with, but do they have time?
Wow.
I think they did. I think that last minute burst from 2075.
Oh, again, the fuel cells are only worth 1 point. So volume is critical.
That was a very interesting match from a ball control perspective. And we're going to see some of that here. We're going to see a lot of that next week at the state championship. But if you can get all those balls on your side of the field, it's kind of twofold. Number one, the other alliance has to score with less available balls. And number two, when it is finally your shift, your offensive period, you're going to have lots of fast reloads. And that's what I think saved them. We saw that one team, 4967, go down offensively. Their shooter went broke. Their feeder, I don't know which part it was, stopped working. But because there were so many balls there at the end, 2075 was able to just keep shooting and hold on barely to that lead that they had built up.
So hoarding the fuel cells is a strategy.
Yeah, and we're going to see more and more of that as we get later in this tournament and then for sure at state championships next week.
Okay, refs are reviewing something, it would seem, down there.
There were a few penalties called. There was a big hit when 4967 came on defense. They hit, I don't remember which robot it was, but they hit them. That robot tipped up quite a bit, and they might be discussing if that hit was outside of the bumper zone, it could be a bigger penalty. We could even be looking at a yellow card or a red card if there was damage. I would not expect a red card here, but there might be something coming.
So this could be what is
That's
the
hit
issue.
right there, yep.
Man. That's a hit.
And it looks like they scooped under. So the rule is kind of like you can hit as hard as you want in the bumper zone, that area where the bumpers are, but if you reach inside the robot and make contact, that's going to get you a foul, especially if you're the defensive robot. And we had the benefits of that replay. The refs are not allowed to look at video replay right now. That is the rule here. So despite the fact that all the other major sports are going to video replay, we're not quite there yet.
And what's the thought on why we're not there yet?
I think it's just that there's no consistent, for baseball or whatever, it's you have the cameras everywhere. It's the same cameras everywhere. You've got that pitch tracker everywhere, right? So you can kind of get by with that because every stadium you go to is going to have the same things. Robotic events, sometimes you have cameras, sometimes you have one camera that doesn't show everything. So without full coverage and a full system to back it up, I think they're hesitant to to implement it, yeah. But I do think, there will be a day. Still discussing, too. So this is...
Well, because the points could be significant in terms of the outcome.
It was such a close match, right? Yeah. So we could have a minor or major foul here. Going to be worth different amounts of points. But a major foul could swing this. And again... always on the table is a yellow or a red card. Now, a yellow card would do nothing to change the outcome of the match. It does come with penalty points, but that's just a warning. Just like in soccer, you get one yellow card, it's fine. Nothing happens. You get a second yellow card, you're going to lose that match no matter what. And if you go straight to red, basically your score goes to 0. So on the scoreboard, we're looking at 224 for red, 212 for blue. If they're red carded, it's going to be 212 to 0.
Ooh.
Of course, we have some last-minute hub scoring that maybe is not on the scoreboard, and this penalty that's not on the scoreboard. So this one very much in the balance.
Yeah, after this match, we will drop into the lower bracket for match 5. And that will pit the loser of matches 1 and 2, or the non-winners of matches 1 and 2.
That'll be our first elimination
Take a look at the
match.
hit again, Dan. Explain where this becomes a penalty.
So, you know, they hit and they backed off kind of right away, like as fast as I think a driver could. If they had continued driving forward and that robot went over onto its back, if you sort of have the second move, if there's a second move that keeps pushing and it tips it over, that's going to be an instant red card. You're not allowed to do that.
So the initial contact is okay. It's anything beyond that would...
Right. Then the question that they're going to ask, though, is the initial contact happening outside the bumper zone in an illegal area? We can see, with the benefit of replay, that I think that initial hit was on the bumpers that caused them to pop up. The question is, as they kept going, before they were able to pull back, there was contact on the bottom of the robot, and that may be considered inside the frame perimeter. And their discussion might just be like, did anybody see where that initial hit was? Was it outside of the frame perimeter or not?
Would you care to single out the people that you know by name for the officials in that group?
Yeah, David, Nikki, and Preston, and I don't know the other 2.
Okay.
I only know 3 of 5.
That's better than 50%. That's good. They are still fleshing this out.
Yep, so in yellow, that's going to be the head ref, of course, in consultation with everybody. And actually, David and Preston also head refs, just not the head ref at this event. So a lot of referee experience on the field. And we see kind of off to the side, there is a question mark box that the Alliance is in now. And they are asking for clarification on some ruling.
Well, we're going to get this resolved, I think. Red Alliance with the win. So we know that's official. And we're going to settle out the scores here in just a moment. Well, it looks like a 20-point win for the Red Alliance. So the penalty points are offsetting, it seems.
And we'll have to see the breakdown, but it seems like they did not give a major penalty for that one. Certainly no card. We saw a few penalties during that match earlier as well.
So that is resolved, and we move to our next match. And again, these teams have already played and lost their opening match, but this is an 8 seed against a 5 seed.
It'll be 4 though, right? Because remember 5 had that, that little upset over 4. Yep.
Okay, right. 8 versus 4.
Still discussion. So that again
And
is their right.
what is she explaining right now?
So that Alliance captain, so the ones wearing the bibs, that green bib there, that's your Alliance captain for number 6. They can come over and they can ask questions. They can ask for clarifications on the rulings. They can try to bring, an argument to it.
Yeah.
It's rarely going to change the outcome once the score is posted. It's not impossible, but it doesn't seem likely that it's going to change it. But they might just be saying, hey, like, how come that wasn't a bigger penalty?
So it's more educational.
Yeah.
Okay.
Usually, I mean, they're making their case. They're going to argue, but in basketball, right? Even if the coach is yelling, "Hey, all this stuff," how often does the ref change the call?
No.
Right? Like occasionally, but rarely.
All right, here's final numbers. Boy, very even. Very even.
Yep.
An advantage in fuel points for the Red Alliance, but the Blue Alliance wins in teleop, and those penalty points kind of knock each other out.
Right. So what's interesting is Red won in auto mode, which gave them the preferred shifts, but Blue still came back and scored more fuel during teleop. So this Blue Alliance number 6 is dangerous.
Let's go downstairs and join Steve.
Well, Dan and Dan, the alliances are back now in their pits trying to work out the next match. But I tell you what, you guys talked about it so well. The strategy of store and score is how I describe it, and how the Blue Alliance for a lot of part of that match was storing a lot of the fuel in their own zone and then even sacrificing some time to score just to collect. And then at the end, they were really trying to fire off. But just a fascinating strategy. And you mentioned it, as they get closer to states, is that going to be a strategy that we see more often? So curious to see what happens as we go throughout the rest of the day. But for now, back up to you guys.
Yeah, a little keep away strategy.
Yep. We're going to see more and more of that. I think it states, too, as the third robot on an alliance gets better and better, we're going to see robots feeding balls into their alliance zone and maybe a robot feeding balls right back out.
Here's our rundown for match 5. You saw the Blue Alliance and now Red Alliance. Bedford Junior, Next Express, State Street Academy.
Yep, so this Bedford Junior team is, in fact, a sister team to Bedford Express, 1023, who is on the number 1 alliance. So this is their junior high school team.
Wow.
So always be fun if we can get those 2 robots to face off in a match, but they're going to have to win one first.
So the loser of this match is going to be done for the day.
Yep, this is our first elimination match.
And away we go. Crystal Oscillators is the machine in the middle for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance looking better here as we close out the teleop period.
Red is hitting all their shots, and their human players are doing great.
Yeah.
But Blue able to reload from the middle, and that is closer than it probably should have been, but Blue takes the win. Red's on offense first.
We're on to shift 1 in the
Oh,
teleop
9685
period.
is stuck on the side of the field, and that was from a hit. Oh, no!
Boy. Too aggressive, and I don't know how you're going to fix that.
They're trying to tip him back over,
but it's... Ooh.
They got a hit from the other side.
Wow. A higher power willing that. Now they're still hung up on the fuel cells, though.
Finally free.
Wow.
See what they can get done here.
And they didn't get hurt too bad on the scoreboard either.
Correct. That was their offensive shift, though, so now this is Blue answering back. We'll really know how far Blue's lead is at the end of this shift, so about 10 seconds from now.
Alliance
here too. What is 3875 is not 3875 lost connection to the field, and that is the main offensive robot on Blue. That's why this match is still so close. A full hopper of balls there, and they weren't able to shoot them.
So machine failure and dysfunction.
76-56 stuck on balls. That's the second one for Blue. This could be 2 Blue robots down. If it's Red playing alone here to catch up,
it's going to be low scoring for sure.
Yep. Good move by 4325, coming back to help their partner out, and they finally got him free. That's 10 seconds late for the Blue shift, though, and they haven't had a chance to load yet. So this Blue shift is basically for naught. It's going to be kind of an endgame rush for both sides.
Red Storm Robotics is the dead machine there in the lower right corner of your screen, and that is making it an uphill battle, but Red Alliance has to take advantage. And I don't see a big sense of urgency by them right now. Nope. Let's see what they do here.
It is endgame. We do have a full hopper. All 3 of these Red robots have got to keep shooting. One more load, one more salvo might be enough, but 76-56 answering back for Blue.
We got a hang here coming up from the 96-85.
I can't tell. That's either a 10 or a 20-point hang.
Well, I think that, well, we'll see. And we go to 0-0 on the clock. Boy, Red Alliance. And we're up. Yeah, they are.
If that's a 20-point hang, then we're 10 or 15 points separate on the scoreboard. A few of those last shots could go Red's way. Even a minor penalty might make this very close. Again, minor fouls, 5 points. Major fouls, I mentioned this last time, major fouls are worth 15.
Boy, quite a match there. Again, that's an elimination match, too.
Yeah, we'll see that last second climb by 96-85. Pretty rare at this event. Actually, pretty rare this season in general. Not a lot of climbing robots.
It is a Blue Alliance win. We'll get numbers out. 127 to 114. Close, low scoring, but it's the Blue Alliance advancing.
So that, I think that was going to be a 20-point climb. Made it close, right? But needed just a few more of those shots to go in before.
Good efforts. But again, it is a battle of, attrition and mechanical failure coming at the wrong time.
Yep, or maybe the right time for Blue.
Yes,
we had that one robot. We had Red Storm go down
Yeah.
for a large portion of that match, and they still barely held on.
So the MC Hammers machine getting rolled off. As they reconfigure the fuel cells in the neutral zone. Let's bring up the final score. Again, 127-114, 20 tower points.
Yep.
But not enough to overcome the lack of points with the fuel cells.
So we don't talk about this much because there's not a lot of tower climbing, but basically there are 3 rungs on the tower. If your bumpers are off the ground, you get 10. If your bumpers are above the bottom rung, you get 20. If your bumpers are above the middle rung, you get 30 points. So a 20-point climb, very rare this year. Made it exciting, but not quite enough.
Let's go downstairs and reconnect with Steve Iwanek.
All right, Dan and Dan, thank you so much, man. In an elimination match, you just do whatever you can to survive and move on. And I'm with Aiden from the Blue Alliance. Man, that was a stressful one for you, but you found a way, lost connection with one of your robots out there. So when you see that happen mid-match, what do you guys immediately do to re-strategize?
So first, we definitely told all our Alliance members that we are in fact down. And then all our team members are basically going to be scattering around like the Alliance area to see where everything is, where the fuel is, and we re-strategize to have our one of our other alliances to start like pushing balls into the human player, because having at least another way to score like we planned originally is always great.
Do you have any idea what happened that you lost connection with the
Yes,
bot?
the radio out of our robot got disconnected, so we couldn't do anything because we can't communicate with the robot.
All right, communication's key. Dan, you got something?
Yeah, do you know the root cause of that, though? Is this a wiring issue?
I believe the Ethernet cord or one of the wires came out. So,
Oh, okay. So it was, you actually saw it disconnected.
yes, it was really close to our station, so we could see it, and then after the match, we got a closer look as well. So.
Well, hopefully that can be a simple solution for you guys. Another chance, another round. So the Blue Alliance with a close win, but a win nonetheless. Dan and Dan, back with you.
All right, moving on. Blue Alliance.
That's good news. If you know the problem,
Right.
a lot of times those losing communication things can be intermittent. It could be like the battery voltage is dropping, a bad connection. But if you see something unplugged, you can fix that.
All right, so we move ahead to our next match. This is match 6. The non-winners were still in the lower bracket.
Yep, so this is going to be Alliance 7 versus Alliance 6. In the first match, Alliance 7 put up 213 points in their loss. And Alliance 6 put up 213. Alliance 7 only 104.
So there's your Blue Alliance ready to come back and get a win here. We shift to the Red Alliance, East Grand Rapids Robotics, Red Storm Rookies, and Eddie's Circuits.
And a reminder that in blue now, this is the alliance that has that fill the hopper pass to the other robot as they're shooting. So always fun to watch that happening. It's like something's not right on the field. I think we're good now.
Thumbs up. And again, this is an elimination match.
All right, right.
We roll into autonomous, 20 seconds.
60-81 got a ton of balls on their trip to the middle of the field. If they score them, a few misses, but pretty good overall.
Blue Alliance looking crisp and efficient. Red Alliance a little bit slow.
60-81 back with a second load. That should win it for them. Remember, if you win auto mode, if you score more balls in auto mode, you get the preferred shift. So you have an entire shift to feed balls into your zone to be ready to score. The other alliance has to score right away.
Now just over 2 minutes left. Still very close on the scoreboard, so teams are going to have to be precise and efficient with their fuel cells.
So a little slow start from Red here again because they weren't able to prep any balls. It's always going to be a rough first shift. But if we can get some shots here before the time runs out, it's going to be not bad, not too bad. They did swing the lead in their favor by about 30 points.
Blue Alliance looking to make a splash here. They are loading up and jacking up those fuel cells towards their hub.
A few more misses than I want to see from 60-81 there on that salvo.
Red Alliance is ball gathering, and now they're going to unload.
It looks like 60-81 is shooting just a hair too far. So Blue unable to swing it back in their favor during their shift. Starting to look good for Red.
Separation for the Red Alliance. You see that Eddy circuit machine, 9208, generating offense for them. And good defense, though, by the Tigers Pro robot.
Yep, swung it to about 50 points at shift change. So Blue really needs to get ahead here before this shift ends in about 13 seconds. Good defense there on 60-81. 95-66, just not letting them get lined up.
The 9208 Eddy circuit machine is loaded, and they will try to unload into that hub. Now, wait a minute. They reposition. They're going to grab more fuel cells.
Got another down robot here. 5980 not moving. Red lost one of its shooters.
Yeah, we've got the Tigers Bro robot in the Red Alliance in the red zone.
But man, 95-66 just absolutely shutting down 60-81. 60-81 got free for some shots. Some of them went short. Got to be careful. It is end game. If they hit the robot too close to the tower, it would have been a penalty, but I think they played it clean.
Not a super high scoring match, but we will not break 150 unless there's some late penalty points that come in here.
Yeah, it's gonna be low scoring. We saw that one robot going down for Red, and we saw some massive defense on Blue, and it looks like maybe some damage to the Blue robots as well. 27-71. It's hard to tell from here, but it does look like their intake is a little bent. So I don't know if that was causing them some issues as well. We did not see them shooting in endgame, where they really needed everything going up in order to close that gap.
The winner is moving on to match number 9, and the losing alliance is going to be on the sidelines. Or a nicer way of saying eliminated.
I think either way, this Blue Alliance is going to be disappointed with their output. I mean, only low hundreds on the board. They did 213 in their last match.
Yeah, and even the Red Alliance, 143. That's nothing to brag about. Red Alliance is going to win. $148 to 107.
So the 148 is kind of good news for the Red Alliance. That is 40 more points than they scored in their first match. They went 104 to 148. But also, that defense that brought down some of the Blue Alliance scoring, if they can keep that defender going, they might be able to pull some more upsets here.
So they're trending upwards.
Yep.
Nicely.
Probably, on paper and through scores right now, the lowest scoring, or one of our two lowest scoring alliances, alliance number 7. But, if you find a way to win through defense, that still counts.
Defense is on display right here. The 95-66 machine, Red Storm rookies just
big hit,
doing
sending them off aim. Then same thing right here. 60-81 just kind of stuck on a ball. They try to turn around. 95-66 is right back. And that is one of the advantages of turrets over dumpers, is the dumper has to get lined up in order to make that shot, and they were just not able to that match.
Let's go downstairs and join Steve.
Dan and Dan, thank you. Max from the Red Alliance joins me. Another close one here in this elimination side of the bracket. I want to ask you, I'm going to start with the 95-66. Dan and Dan were just talking about it, disrupting back there in the Blue Alliance's zone. Just talk to me from a strategy perspective, what you guys were thinking about going into this.
Yeah, so usually you have two teams that score, one that plays defense, and if we can have them disrupt both offensive bots and slow them down enough, we feel that our offensive firepower is high enough to outscore many teams out there, and if we can slow the two other offensive bots down, that we have a good chance of winning.
So far, all throughout the course of today, not just that last match, it's been kind of a lower scoring defensive battle. So what are you guys thinking about now as you head into the next round about how you adjust to maybe just try and separate and be a little more explosive offensively?
Yeah, so I think we need to just watch some other teams out there and see what we're going against so we know what we're going against. There's going to be obviously defensive bots. We need to know if they're swerve or if they're tank drive, just how we can get around them and how we can try to change our strategy to help us try to succeed the most and score as much as we can.
All right, well, Max, make those adjustments. Feels like it's anybody's day so far today. And with that, Dan and Dan, we'll sit back over to you.
All right, Steve. Yeah, things are a little more wide open than we thought, but that's good. That's a good thing.
Yep. A lot of alliances finding ways to win.
Finding ways to get creative and score points.
Yep, and on the offensive side, right, we have 3 or 4 evenly matched so far offensive outputs.
Let's break down the numbers. They are final. No penalty points. So a modest win in the autonomous for Blue Alliance, but the teleop period was almost a double point performance by Red Alliance.
Yeah, I mean, benefiting a little bit. Looks like 27-71 with some robot issues there, unfortunately. And then that massive defense by 95-66 on 60-81 especially.
All right, let's take a look at the whole bracket as we are going to play match 7 here in just a moment.
Yep, so we finished the lower bracket. We have Alliance 8 and Alliance 6 now eliminated from the playoffs. Now we're going to go back to the upper side of the bracket, 1v5 and 2v3. Again, they haven't lost yet, so the loser of our next 2 matches will just drop down to the lower bracket.
So the game field is pretty much organized for our next match. And here's how it shapes up for the Blue Alliance. Upper bracket, second round, 7th match. Dark Horse Robotics, Demons Robotics, and the Fabricators. From the Blue Alliance, Red Alliance looks like this. Forest Area, Bedford Senior, and Proto Warriors.
Yep, just a quick reminder, Alliance number 1 here in red put up 327 in their first match. Alliance number 5 put up 265, so about 60 points between them. That's definitely not, out of the question for a little bit better offensive performance on one side, a little bit worse on the other, or we might see some, shifting defensive strategies. As always, auto mode here is going to be key. If Blue Alliance wins auto mode, they've got a really good shot at the upset here.
And the balls are flying as we get going in autonomous. Remember, each fuel cell is worth 1 point if it gets into that hub. Red Alliance a little off target. Ball's in the air, but
yep. Yeah. Problem with 3620's robot, for some reason not able to track. Meanwhile, 858 gets back a little late. I don't think they shot all the balls. They're going to put them up here in the transition period. But that is Red Alliance winning auto. Blue has the first shift.
Again, the shifts are only 25 seconds long.
Keeping an eye on 3620, it looks like, it looks like their auto aim might be not working. They're a lot slower to get that turret aimed correctly for feeding here. So we got to keep an eye on them. it does not seem to lock on. It's interesting.
Yeah, scores have not really blown up yet on either side. But stay tuned.
Now's the moment. 36-20, not shooting at the start of this period. I think that robot is not functioning correctly.
Dark Horse Robotics all in defensively. That 87-67 is just pestering.
Yeah, actually, though, here, I think they
Joes.
should switch. I think they should be defending 10-23 because I think 36-20's robot is broken and can't shoot, but they're staying in the zone right now. Maybe they're working through the problem, but I think they were also a decoy. They stayed in the zone to keep the defense off 10-23, which is really smart.
It is a Red Alliance lead, but not for long. Blue Alliance trying to rev things up, but boy, it's very quiet. A 50-point lead on the board for the Blue Alliance, 50-ish.
Yeah, we do have to say 101-81 over here. Playing very good defense, keeping the blue scores down. Red down to one shooter is going to have to keep that defense going. And that now 36-20 is actually running their intake in reverse to spit the balls out. They're just trying to feed 10-23. So this is one defense, one feeder, and one scorer now for Red. But so far, it looks to be enough. Blue's going to have a huge end game here.
Inside 30 seconds, a 100-point lead plus for the Red Alliance.
Yeah, 1081 not letting 858 get in position.
858. Demons Robotics trying to gather themselves, but boy, this has been a step backwards for the Blue Alliance this time. And that's going to wrap it up. 200 plus for the Red Alliance.
Maybe some additional robot issues, maybe a little unlucky in auto mode, giving them the loss instead of the win. But I think we got to give a lot of credit to 10.
10
who was that?
Proto Warriors?
Yeah, Proto Warriors, 10-181 on the defensive side here. I mean, that was an alliance that put up 265. It's 55 on the scoreboard right now. It might go up a little bit, but I mean, it's going to be sub 100. That's a lot of defense.
And again, these are all important matches. You cannot afford to just, have mistakes and have that kind of issue. Red Alliance is your winner. That's no surprise.
And we do see a lot of field crew gathering around one of the robots here. Can't see which one. But I think it's 5166. So that, if there were issues with this robot, that would also attribute, some of that decreased offensive output. Good defense, and one of the robots maybe not working.
So here's where it's just stuck. This is the Fabricator's machine trying to get some help from Demons Robotics, but
yep, and that robot still has power, can still move, but there is something wrong with the drive.
Let's get some insight down in the pits from Steve Iwanek.
All right, Dan and Dan, thank you so much. So I'm joined by someone from the Average Joes. I mean, he's embodying the movie and everything. It's Hank from the Red Alliance. Congratulations on the win. Dan and Dan were just talking about it. It seemed to be there was an issue with one of your shooters out there. What were you seeing?
Yeah, for whatever reason, our turret just seemed to get off. So we're going to realign that in the pit, and we're going to work through it. We're going to, make sure that it stays on next time and do what we can.
But in the middle of that match, when you see that there's something going on there, how do you guys adjust on the fly so quickly to still put up over 200 points in a solid effort?
We figured out at our last event that even if our turret doesn't work, we can still run the intake in reverse, and so we can fill up our hopper and then empty our hopper towards our alliance zone to push more balls in. That way, at least our alliance partners can continue scoring even at a higher rate.
Yeah, makes sense. Dan, you got anything?
Yeah, I got to know for personal curiosity. You guys, the shooter seemed to stop working. You came back on your first offensive shift. You stayed there the whole shift. Did you know it was not working at that point? Did you stay as a decoy, or were you still trying to work through the problem?
We were trying to work through the problem. We were supposed to have an offset, but for whatever reason, that wasn't working. We were trying to, just add a couple degrees of rotation to the turret, but we couldn't get that to work.
All right, well, Hank and the Red Alliance, Alliance number 1 with a big win here in this next round. Dan and Dan, back over to you.
All right, thanks. Let's go to our scores, and the devil is in the details. Blue Alliance, 167 for Red Alliance and Teleop with fuel, and 48. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, for one offensive robot going, right? 215, not bad. Add the other one back in. They're back up where they want to be.
And here's where things were kind of turning south for the Blue Alliance.
Yep, so 5166 has got to figure out what happened. I mean, it looked like they still had upper superstructure control, just not drive control there. And here we got 1023 just kind of cleaning up. Still see 5166 stuck. And then here's some of that defense. They were able to finally get into position, miss some of those shots as they were getting hit. And then 1023, that's what turrets do. When you have a lot of balls in the area, they can just sort of unload them. And we see 3620 not working, but looking to try to eject those balls, so 1023 has more supply, more ammo to keep up their fire rate.
So we're going to move on to our next match. This is match 8, second round. We have Enigma Robotics, Godwin Heights, excuse me, and West Catholic, Enigma Robotics. That's your Blue Alliance. Comstock, the Colts, Bridgman, B-Botics, and Livingston Christian, Steel Falcons.
This is that 2 versus 3 matchup. So this is kind of two high-powered alliances going at each other. Earliest we usually see that. First match, Alliance 2 put up 285. Alliance 3, pretty close with 233.
So we'll probably be at least north of 200, closer to 300 maybe.
Yeah. If both these alliances kind of can find their
theory.
groove, we're going to be looking at closer to 300. Nice thumbs down there from 4967. And there it goes. That might have been like waiting for the camera to boot up and show up. It seems like the most likely thing that was happening there. Got another thumbs down from a field staff on that side. I don't know. They're going to make sure everything is up and working here before we get underway.
We are thumbs up on the playing field. Match 8 is underway. 20 seconds of autonomous. And we'll see who can come out with maximum points. Ooh, Red really loading up there into their hub.
Yep. I think we saw 10633 got stuck on their second load in their first match. This time, no such problems.
They unleash a barrage.
Big, over 100 in auto.
Ooh, they have doubled the score on the Blue Alliance. That'll put a little pep in your step.
And they're both going to get some shots off in the transition period. A lot of shots off in transition. A few of those might have been late, but that's maximizing the use of time that they have.
Red Alliance flexing in the first minute.
And just dumping ball after ball back into their zone. They have control of a majority of the balls now.
Blue Alliance making a run. Patience and poise and precision as they bump to almost 100 points, but still a lot to make up.
Yeah, and here comes the answer with all of these balls pre-staged. So remember, at the end of this shift is kind of the midpoint of the match. So whoever's ahead at the end of this shift really has the lead. And it's going to be Red. It's just how big that lead is going to be.
Yeah, the Reds cycling and processing very well in their end.
Last couple shots here. It's going to be 150 points for Red.
Blue Alliance trying to rally and come back, but boy, there is just so much ground to make up.
Yep, this shift, we got about 15 seconds left in this shift. Blue needs to end it within striking distance.
Well, not speaking of flexing, not for me to flex, but I said we'd be close to 300. Red Alliance should get that no problem.
They should, yep. And here goes endgame. Red still with plenty of balls in their zone, but some good defense being played by 96-71.
Fuel cells in the air for the Red Alliance and landing in that hub. That's going to carry them over 300.
Yep, 2075 having some struggle to pick up fuel here. Something might be wrong with that intake as well.
Well, looks like a comfortable lead for the Red Alliance, and they are not taking their foot off the gas.
Nope,
green light, go.
it. Can they do 400? They have time.
Well, I said 300. They're going to make me look bad now.
All right, stop.
Which I'm sure they don't care about.
Tell them to stop shooting.
No, they're going to go. They're going to get 400.
49-67, doing their best here to get some shots up. But 2075, yeah, there's something wrong with that intake. Stopped working some point during the middle of that match, and that really depressed their scoring ability.
Good stuff, Red Alliance, Blue Alliance.
Still not bad, about 200 on the scoreboard. With a robot that stopped working partway through. Unfortunately for them, this is the point where you don't have a margin for error, right? Alliance 2 versus Alliance 3, you can't afford some of those mistakes. But good news is that's their first loss. They're going to drop down to the lower bracket and get another shot at it.
Red Alliance wins. We knew that. They're north of 400. We didn't quite expect that.
Big score. And I think when we were looking at kind of all the numbers at the beginning of the tournament, we saw that Alliance 2 actually had a higher OPR, a higher estimated top end than even the number 1 Alliance. And we're seeing that here with that 429. A huge scoring burst there. And the key is they're fast enough to go and reload and get the extra burst off and then one more even at the end. So they're able to pack 3 sets of launches off in their offensive shift.
Yeah, celebration big time on the Red Alliance sideline.
Yep, and that will serve notice to the number 1 Alliance. This is now the highest score, 429.
All right, on the winner's side, Steve Iwanek talking to the Red Alliance.
Dan to Dan, I'm joined once again by Noel from the Red Alliance, number 2. Man, you guys set the tone early. Autonomous mode, getting into triple figures. Talk to me. What'd you guys fix after that first match to get into here and do such a great start in the first 20 seconds?
Well, they fixed some of their comms, and so that didn't go out this time. No glitches, and it just ran smoothly. So
it seems like everybody for the first few matches has been kind of lingering that 250, 300 mark. Here you guys out 429 on the scoreboard, tops of the day. How does that make you feel?
Like we have a good shot, so feels like we have a good shot at getting Blue Banner maybe.
Yeah, Dan, how about you?
Yeah, so that's 429. Alliance 1 has only put up 327. That's your next matchup, Alliance 2 versus Alliance 1. How are you feeling going up against them?
Probably going to be the hardest one we went up against if they got I think their bot broke down on the last one. I hope they fix it because otherwise it's not as fun. But if they do get it fixed, we'll have quite the competition.
Well, 429 points, a very impressive showing from the second Alliance, and the Red Alliance with a big win in this round. Dan and Dan, back over to you.
All right, Steve, let's flip it back here and bring the numbers in. And man, 326 points in teleop. Just really grabs your attention.
I think that's the highest auto mode we've seen and the highest teleop we've seen. So just hitting on all cylinders that match. And that auto, if they can keep executing an auto that well and winning the auto mode battle, that gives them that preferred shift. That's going to give them the advantage, perhaps, going up against the number 1 Alliance.
Another look here as we roll back to our highlights from that last match. Blue Alliance just could not overcome the red-hot Red Alliance start.
Yeah, the one big number I want to look at here, and I think that is what we're seeing right now. That was shift number 2, the first offensive shift for the Red Alliance. They put up 120 points in one shift in 30 seconds. Again, I think that's the highest we've seen as well for the day.
Yeah, they have raised the bar very high and made it really look tough for anybody that's going to go up against them going forward. So match 9, we drop down back into the lower bracket. And again, this is an elimination match.
Yep, going to be Alliance 5 versus Alliance 7.
So somebody will go home in our next match. We're starting to whittle things down.
So Alliance 7, just as a reminder, their story, 104 points in the first match, 148 in the second. That was the match with lots of defense being played. I believe it is this Robot 9566 that was playing that defense, really shutting down. Who are they up against? Alliance number 6 in that matchup.
That's the Red Storm rookies.
Yep, and then on the other side here, we've got
Demons Robotics.
Yes. And they were 265 points in their first match. We saw that offensive output and said, hey, this is the second highest match at the time in round 1. Third highest match in round 1. So looking like a powerhouse offensively, but then in their next match, only 55 points, robot troubles all over the place.
So not much time left if you want to raise your game and stick around here, because we are working our way efficiently through this busy day of robotics. We talk about, the importance of what robotics means to all these kids, but the scope of how big First in Michigan robotics has gotten continues to bump up every year. Look at this graphic, Dan. I know you'll take your typical shot at how there's more robotics teams than there are football teams, but that said, go ahead.
Yeah, 531. I mean, that's most teams of any state, including states that are bigger than us. California's got less teams than we have.
And there's the football graphic, 499.
Here's my thing, though.
Yeah.
See those 3 dots there? We do not have teams in those counties.
Ooh.
If you are from one of those counties or you know somebody from one of those counties, give us a call. Let's get you started.
What counties are those, by the way? What specific counties are those?
I would love to get into all of those details. Unfortunately,
well, I told you we'd do geography next weekend.
I can't even say the match is ready to go. We still have robots getting set up. I have no excuse.
Well, yeah, I'll give you a whole week. You can file it away for next weekend when we're in Saginaw.
Man, that is a lot of counties to remember.
That is a lot. I don't know if there's any other. Are there any other states that have more robotics teams than football teams?
I don't know. It's possible some of the smaller states do. Hawaii has a lot of teams per capita, and New Hampshire, where everything started, has got a lot of teams per capita.
Man, that gets your attention. There it is. Michigan almost, well, not quite doubling, but boy,
it's not close.
No, it's not close. Yeah, right, Texas and California, they have more football than Michigan does.
Yeah, okay, yep.
So definitely a thing to be very happy about if you're involved in First in Michigan robotics.
If you told me Texas has more high school football teams than high schools, I would probably believe
Yes.
I don't know how they would do that, but I would believe you.
It's possible. Here's our Blue Alliance. We've got Red Storm rookies, East Grand Rapids Robotics, and Edwardsburg Eddie's Circuit. That's your Blue Alliance. This is the lower bracket, round 3, 9th match. Here's your Red Alliance. North Branch, Dark Horse Robotics, Wyoming Demons Robotics, and Freeland Fabricators.
And that's so from Red, we're going to watch for that defense. They need big defensive hits. They need to shut down some of the Blue Alliance robots. And from Blue, we're looking to see if they can rebound. That 55 in their last match with robot problems, they've got to do better than that. Looks like we're about to go.
Little dramatic pause.
Looks like we're not about to go as the head ref is walking over to the driver's station.
A momentary glitch.
Yeah, just making sure. Might have had a team not explicitly say they were ready, and they just wanted to make sure.
Here we go into autonomous, 20 seconds. A little bit of a slow jump for Red Alliance. Blue Alliance looks to be crisp and
Oh, some misses there, though.
generating some shots. Yeah, there's really no good excuse to be missing in autonomous.
But big late burst from Blue is going to be enough for them to squeak out a win here in auto. 59-80 coming in late.
Shift 1, 25 seconds. Defense in that upper right corner by the Fabricators machine from Freeland High School.
Yep, looking pretty good for an offensive shift for Red, especially compared to what they were used to. If 858 can get these balls out in the next 5 seconds, it's not bad. They've amassed the lead, which they have to do. It's going to be about 30 points. Now we need that defense to 87-67, make some misses happen.
Blue Alliance accelerating their output. Fuel cells going into that hub.
At 59-80, who I think had some issue. Oh, that's good defense. That was 10 balls all missed from 59-80. 87-67, knocking them off course at exactly the right time.
Dark Horse Robotics inflicting some pain. Now we've got the Red Alliance working on their hub.
All right, remember, they got to seesaw back into the lead.
This one's very close in the final as we get into the final minute.
And we have it. So about 15 points now, 51-66 still shooting. We need this 858. Got to empty their hopper here, and they do. So again, I mean, they pushed it back up to 25, 30, 35 points here.
Swinging back and forth like a windshield wiper.
Yep, and that is the hallmark of a close match because of these shifts where one side goes on offense and the other. We'll see 59-80, got to get some going here.
95.
Good defense again, missed all the shots. One of the keys is if you can hit at just when they pull the trigger, they don't have time to react. These robots are set up to fire so fast, such a high rate of fire, that once you're off target, a bunch of balls are going off target.
Timing is everything. Red Alliance with a 20, almost a 30-point lead, but I don't think they're comfortable yet. Let's see if Blue Alliance can make some noise late here.
This is endgame. Red has more balls stored.
Yeah.
And they've converted that now into almost a 50-point lead. 59-80 goes for the hang. They stop shooting early. Not going to be enough. They do secure the 10 points there, though.
That'll wrap it. Fairly low scoring.
That's what we've seen from Alliance number 5 is they're not scoring a lot of points in their last match. But they're finding ways to stay alive here.
Our unofficial score, 172-115. That would be a Red Alliance win.
Yeah, it does seem unlikely enough is going to change. Again, extra points coming for Blue for that climb.
It's an official win for the Red Alliance, 182-125. Penalty points a non-factor, but the Blue Alliance starting with a 10-point lead after autonomous, and then it was a whole lot of Red Alliance fuel cells that led the way to this win.
Yeah, still a little bit lower than Red would like to see. Good defense. Our number 7 Alliance kind of like playing the game of trying to drag everybody down to their defensive battles. Did a good job of keeping it close. Good scoring here by 51-66, and they're going to go back. This is autonomous mode. They're going to go back and reload, and they are going to make it back to shoot a second time there. And here is that defense from 87-67 right there. Just that one turn at the right moment, and all those balls miss.
Strategy is everything. Well, execution helps. Let's go downstairs and join Steve.
All right, Dan and Dan, thank you. Evan, once again from Alliance number 5, a very pesky alliance finding different ways to win. You guys get a big win in this latest round here. Talk to me. You guys are, it may not always be the prettiest way, but you're finding ways to win. How do you guys keep doing it so well?
I don't know. It's tough. I think a lot of it is still coming down to making sure we're playing the right defense and working around their defense. So before our matches, we look at our scouting data and we're able to tell, who we're playing against and what they're likely to do based on what they did in quals. So using data such as that, like we knew their team is all big dumpers, so we decided, okay, we're going to do corner pushing defense and hopefully we'll be able to outscore. So that's how we won that match, is looking at past data.
Love that perspective. Dan, what else can you add to that?
Yeah, so 265 in your first round. We saw robot issues in the last round with only 55.
Yeah.
Coming back to only 182 this round. Were the robots working? Was this just a strategy focusing more on that defense?
Our robots were working well. We had a can issue with our robot in the last match, so it could be partially due to that. But I'm going to go back to our pit and we'll find out there.
Well, I'll tell you what, Alliance number 5, they have been resilient so far, and you guys talked about it, Dan and Dan. Strategy is everything. As we get later and later into this afternoon, we'll see what this Alliance continues to come up with to see if they can get another victory. Back to you guys.
All right, Steve, thank you. Impressive.
Yep, just slowly ramped up through that match. Shift 1, 39 points. Shift 3, 49 points, and then finally coming back to that end game with 57. So there might have been some nerves with the robot issues from the previous match, and you can see they just got better as that match went on. So they're going to have to continue that trend, of course, when they go up in their next match to get back over 200 and maybe to 300.
All right, we're going to finish out the third round with our 10th match. And this is a lower bracket showdown, an elimination match. Average Joe's cheering section. They are formidable for sure.
I want to know, I should ask them this because I talk to these guys a lot. We see them around a lot, but some of them get the actual like dodgeball outfits there with the headbands, and some of them just get that regular Average Joe shirt. So what do you got to do to get the,
Yeah, do you have to qualify for that, or is it just you just get on Amazon and find it?
Is that a specific position on the team that does that? Is that like the strategy team gets the, or is this just the people who wanted to buy the outfit?
Yeah. Well, they are worthy of all the accolades they get. They have been a great program first in Michigan Robotics for many, many years. That one team, our Next Engineers. They're from Belmont, Michigan.
I'm kind of one of our co-hosts here. I know this is East Kentwood, and that is Redstone Robotics kind of hosting this event. But a lot of the volunteers here, a lot of the field builders come from 4967. So this is kind of their home event too.
And they're trying to get this crowd a little more amped up. So let's take a look at our teams coming in here. This is third round, match 10. Blue Alliance, Michigan Center, MC Hammers, Cassopolis Robo Rangers, and East Kentwood, the home school. Red Alliance Paradise teams, Godwin Heights and West Catholic. Enigma Robotics.
We can look back here. Alliance number 3 put up 233 in their first match, 203 in the loss to that 429 we saw a couple matches ago. Meanwhile, Alliance number 4 put up 203 in their first match, only 127 in their next match. So we need to see a bounce back here from Alliance number 4. And Alliance number 3, 233, 203, decent scores, but they really need to be up in that 300 range if they want to, spark some fear in our top 2 alliances.
Yeah, the scoring has not been quite as consistent from match to match as I thought it would be. But it's different strategies, robot failure.
Yeah, we've seen more robots breaking here, I think, than we saw last week at Troy. It is week 6. These robots have been, practiced with. They've been at competitions now for 5 weeks of the season. So there might be some more of that wear and tear that's taking effect here.
A one-person cheering section just spontaneously erupted behind us. I don't know if that came through, but that's what Dan and I were hearing.
She definitely has a voice that rivals the megaphones. That was excellent. I loved it.
That's the Robo Rangers popcorn machine. Kasopoulos, am I saying that right?
Yeah, yep, 100%.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
All right, what are we waiting for here? We got one of our FTAAs now making the rounds on the red side. Looks like they're finally all connected, so we are good to go.
And we are rolling. Match 10, round 3. This is an elimination match. 20 seconds of autonomous.
Right.
You can get a lot of points, and you need to get a lot of points. Red Alliance really unloading.
That's penalties. Okay, so 2075 did not cross the bump. You're only allowed to shoot if part of your robot is in your offensive zone. They were not. All of those shots, penalties.
The detailed eye of Dan Kimura pays off.
And that does give Blue the lead, but Red might still have the first shift.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Blue does win. Blue is going to be the first alliance shift, despite the fact that they had more points in auto mode, because it's the number of fuel scored in auto mode that determines who wins the first shift.
So we'll see how the rest of this plays out. Blue Alliance moving ahead with good points in their shift. They're not done yet either.
Finding some points here. That first shift is hard when you don't have time to prep any balls, but they scored a decent amount. And now we're going to see Ken Red answer back. A little bit of a slow start. Let's see how some of these turret bots can do. 2075 trying to find some extra fuel, getting caught up on the tower. They did swing to the lead, though. And a late burst, so this is the moment. 133 to about 108 after 2 offensive shifts.
Blue Alliance hitting the gas and loading up with fuel cells into that hub.
Blue is able to swing it back in their favor. We need to see that seesaw if you want to have a close match. And we're going to see here 76-56 back with a full hopper. Another red penalty. I didn't see what that one was for.
Red Alliance has some ground to make up.
Yep, Blue here prepping for endgame. Red now still down about 20 points, but they've got more than enough fuel to close that gap. They will be ahead going into endgame by about 15, but Blue's going to answer back now that they've prepped.
Again, it's just going back and forth. Look at that surge by the Red Alliance. Boy, this is going to be so tight.
Come down to who shoots last, 15 seconds left.
Everything is on the table now, and the Red Alliance might have enough to unload.
Can Blue make it back?
Alliance.
Full hopper in 76-56, but
5 seconds, they've got to unload.
Here it comes. They don't enter the hopper.
Oh, maybe not enough.
Ooh, and they're down on the scoreboard by about 25.
And the penalties.
Points. There might be some penalties left to come, but in that 76-56 robot, that looks like at least 10 balls, maybe 15 that they just ran out of time to shoot. That could have put us in a virtual tie.
That was just chaos.
All right, we saw a lot of penalties this match, so we're going to wait and see. The refs are going to make sure that they have them all inputted. Now, the penalties are real time, So if no mistakes were made, that score could still stand. But were there enough penalties assessed? Right?
Well,
you get a bunch of things happening shooting in auto mode here.
Let's look at the first penalty that you
Yeah, watch 2075
noted.
kind of on the left of your screen.
Yeah.
They bottom out there. They high center on that bump. Their auto mode keeps firing on its own. Now, this is actually the drive team needs to execute faster. There is an A stop button, autonomous stop button. If you press that button, your code stops running. When driver control happens, you get control again. Now, if they had hit that button midway through that stream of balls, not only would they have not taken the penalties, but they would have had a chance to, keep those balls and score them again later. On the other hand, scoring those balls allowed them to win the fuel count in autonomous mode. So it might have been worth it for that as well.
What about the ref that's walking into the lower screen there? What's he looking at? That's
a pin count. So if a robot is pressed up against the side of the field or any of the field structures, they'll start a 3 count. When they hit 3, if the robot does not back off, the pinning robot does not back off, you'll start to be assessed fouls.
All right, we've got a very close match here in match number 10, third round. And penalty points are probably going to play a factor in who's staying and who's going. Let's tally up the scores, and we will have a Red Alliance win, 285 to 274. That's our best combined score of the day, right? Probably, or at least
29 to 203.
Yeah. Okay,
it was a little higher, but
but at least in terms of being competitive.
Yeah, no, oh yeah. I mean, look, it's 11 points. Those 20 penalty points going towards blue, helping to keep them in it. What did I say? I said there's about 10 balls left in that robot. If they had 3 more seconds in that match, we might have had a tie, or it might have swung the other direction.
Well, if they were tied in total points, what happens? We do another match?
There are tiebreakers. I believe it's autonomous first.
Okay. So
now, if it were in the finals, though, it would be a true tie and we would play another match. But here, there are tiebreakers to decide it.
All right, penalty points were meaningful.
Yep.
For the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, it's so close. With those 20 penalty points making this an 11-point match, everything matters. The 5 penalty points that Blue gave to Red, if they didn't do that, if they got the last 10 plus fuel and the hopper out, it's just every time they shot a couple less misses. I mean, this is as close as you can get.
An advance for the Red Alliance. They move to the lower bracket, round 4, match 12. And Blue Alliance is done for the day. But boy, that was very, very exciting.
And 274, I mean, just again, to illustrate how well that Alliance did, that's their highest score of the day. When they needed to come big, they came big, just not quite big enough.
Let's reconnect with Steve Iwanek. He's talking with one of the title sponsors of today's event here at East Kentwood.
All right, Dan and Dan, thank you so much. Well, I'm joined right now by the president and CEO of Dematic, Mike Larson. Mike, thanks so much for joining me here today. Such a cool event once again here at East Kentwood High. And I know for you, this isn't something that you're a newbie to. Your own kids have been a part of FRC. Talk to me a little bit about just your family's legacy with this program and what it's done for your kids.
Yeah, thank you and good morning. It's great to be here. As you said, it's a fantastic event. So both my kids were part of all the way from actually middle school and high school through the Lego first program and then going up through FLC and so on. And you know, they were part of a team called the Killer Bees. They went to Notre Dame Prep on the east side of the state. And, you know, fantastic program. I think is much more, one is the focus on STEM, you know, science, technology, engineering, and math, and making it, you know, consumable. But the bigger portion is, you know, you learn so much through this program. It's about leadership. It's about winning and losing gracefully. How do you collaborate? And, you know, my son, as I said in the speech, went eventually to University of Michigan and became an engineer. And I think part of his choice when he went into college actually was formed by being part of this first program. And I think it's fantastic what it does for kids. And I had the opportunity to go and look at some of the teams and their bots, right, and what they're building and how they're working together to make that happen. And the community impact is fantastic.
You mentioned your kids were part of the Killer Bees. I remember them vividly. The striped leggings and everything. They go all out to support their alliance.
They do.
Let me ask you this. You guys at Dematic, you offer a scholarship for students. Talk to me about just the logistics of that and how kids can potentially apply for it.
Yeah. And since we are part of this program, we've been partners with First Robotics since 2008. We know that the cost of college and secondary education is getting more and more expensive. And we want to make sure that we do our part to make sure we bring people in, right? So people who come through the First Robotics program have an opportunity to do that. So every year we issue scholarships, and we have actually essay writing contest that goes from now until the end of May, and then through the first half of June we make the selections, and then we actually select a few winners and make sure they get a scholarship to college or second degree education. And it's been something we've done for many years, and we hopefully can kind of broaden that program as we go forward. But it's a great opportunity for kids to get an opportunity to get some cost advantage of going to college.
Sure, and you mentioned yourself the cost of just going to school. Cost of everything right now is going up exponentially. So I kind of want to end with this. There may be some kids right now, whether they're a part of FRC or not, that they're debating whether or not they want to go to college just because of that price tag. But for your sake, running Dematic and its role in how our society operates, why is it so important that people, a part of FRC, are interested in getting a part of it? It's so important for the future of American society.
Yeah, I think, we always want to have a technology lead. There was an excellent and awesome event last night. I don't know how many people watched the Artemis 2 coming down, the space ship that we sent up and go around the moon.
Incredible, by the way.
Incredible, right? And I mean, that just tells you America has this amazing, entrepreneurship around technology and leading as a tech nation, right? And we want, of course, sustain that lead, right? And bringing people into engineering, and if we can do a little part of helping doing that to sustain our lead, and the world is getting more complex every day. So having that opportunity to actually learn about engineering and science and technology is going to be an advantage in the future. We see it with AI, we see it with software. So I think this opportunity to have that choice and us making some of that available to people is a great thing to do.
Well, Dematic at the forefront of trying to help the futures of so many kids here in the state of Michigan and beyond. Mike, thank you so much for giving me a few minutes of your time. And Dan, with that, we send it back over to you.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Very nice to have all the great corporate sponsorship involved in this event. As we roll right into the scoreboard, this is presented by Caterpillar. This scoreboard, the bracket presented by Caterpillar. This is what's the road ahead. Match 11. Our top two alliances are going to, see who's got what.
Yep, winner of that's in the finals. Loser is going to have to win one more match to get back. Alliance 3 and Alliance 5 going to be on the lower side. Winner of that moves on to face the loser of 1 versus 2. And then, of course, once we get to the finals, we do not have any bracket resetting. It's just one best 2 out of 3 to decide the final champion here.
We'll take a short break here. We are waiting for the teams to come out for our next match, but we will have more coming in just a moment. This is the Kentwood District event. As we continue here with First in Michigan Robotics, we're back in a moment.
Here in mid-Michigan, resilience meets innovation. We've seen industries rise, fall, and rebuild. Through it all, Hemlock Semiconductor has been here. For over 60 years, we've provided good-paying jobs and been a cornerstone of advanced manufacturing in mid-Michigan. Now we're a leading global provider of the purest human-made substance in the world, polysilicon, powering the semiconductor chips found in nearly every device we use, and the solar panels generating clean, affordable electricity. This isn't just where we work, it's where we live and raise our families. We invest in our schools, inspiring the next generation of scientists, engineers, and innovators. And we give back through mentorship, education, and programs that create lasting impact. So when you're driving past fields of corn, soybeans, and sugar beets, and you see HSC rising from the ground like a city of steel, know that it's more than just a chemical facility. It's a place where the future, our future, is being built every day. Hemlock Semiconductor.
For most of us, imagination in flight begins with a sheet of paper, a couple folds, and a simple throw. But for some, the exhilaration and wonder behind flight never fades. At GE Aerospace, imagination is more than just the first step. It's the foundation of everything we do.
We're back at Kentwood, East Kentwood High School in Kentwood, Michigan. Presented by Dematic. And another full day of robotics here. This is not the only place, of course, in Michigan where robotics is happening. We're all over the state, but everything building to next Saturday at Grand Valley State. I'm sorry, at Saginaw Valley State. That's some good-looking eyes on that robot. That's the 8767 machine.
Might as well.
Yeah. Something a little low tech. A little preview of what's coming up next weekend. We will be covering it all day Saturday, but of course it's really a 3-day event at Saginaw Valley State. 7,000 people in attendance. No reserve parking.
No.
Not even for us.
No.
So you got to get there early. 160 teams total. And it is a huge event. We hope that you will join us in some capacity, either on site or maybe watching from the comfort of your computer screen or laptop, whatever. Yeah. So here we go. We've got Robotics, the Steel Falcons, and Comstock Colts. Making up the Blue Alliance, Red Alliance, Forest Area Eagles, Bedford Senior, and St. Joe's, the Average Joes.
To recap kind of their offensive output thus far, Alliance number 1 did 327 in their first match, only 215 in the second, but we know Average Joe's was not able to shoot for that match. Meanwhile, Alliance number 2, 285 in their first match, but came back with 429 in their second. That is the benchmark.
So we're set to roll here, and we get going in match 11, 4th round. And everybody trying to load up on points in the autonomous period.
Looks like 1023 came away with less fuel. Their encounter 7220 hit them as they came out.
That's Bedford Express, still a Red Alliance win. Boy, they both got big numbers in autonomous.
And oh yeah, who's that? That's Stuck. We have a Blue Alliance robot, Stuck, and I think that stopped Robotics from being able to do their full auto.
Yeah, that's the Comstock Colts Princess Donut button. Seems to have regathered itself. Got a nice Blue Alliance surge there. Not one, but 2 robots launching and scoring fuel cells into that hub.
So Blue still able to make use of that first shift, even though it is not the better shift. They still put up about a 50-point lead, 55 points, and now Red is trying to answer back.
I think eventually we'll have a Red Alliance.
1023 is not in the zone scoring. They're just feeding. It looks like right now this Red Alliance, either 1023 doesn't think they can shoot and score, or they're playing a pass and ball control strategy here. 1023 only coming back to shoot a couple balls at the end of that shift.
They're really banging them in there for the Blue Alliance as the Red Alliance sets up for their next opportunity. We might get a 600-point game here.
Yeah, Blue seesawed back in the lead, up by almost 50, and they still have 5 seconds left. So another burst their way. Robotics is not moving.
Blue Alliance.
10-6-3-3, lost communications.
Yeah, Blue Alliance pounding away.
Yeah, no, they're out.
That's a problem. Red Alliance, and see if they can take advantage. They got a little work to do. Now there's moving again, so that's a plus.
Yeah, we will see. 10-6-4-2 also not moving much. Defensive robot, there they go. Looks like they were kind of picking their point here.
Time winding down for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance coming on strong. The late surge, under 30 seconds left. They're going to clear 300.
And still only St. Joe, only 36-20 shooting for red.
Wow.
We see 10-23 all the way across the field playing defense. And they're down on the scoreboard.
Going to be too little too late. Any Blue Alliance points now might be enough to nail it shut.
If 72-20 can launch that salvo in. Oh, it's a lot of misses. St. Joe, 36-20, coming back here at the very end.
Oh, boy.
Not enough time.
Now, we do have a penalty coming. And I'm not going to say exactly who it's on, but there was a flag that went up. So there's a penalty that could play into the final score here.
Yeah, and it was close, right? Last thing we saw on the scoreboard was 326 to 314. 12 points different. We know red was shooting 36-20, was shooting all the way up to the end, so there might be some points from that. And we could see some penalties. We definitely see some referee discussion happening right now. I mean, a major foul is 15 points. That swings this match on its own. A minor foul is 5. That, along with some extra balls not being counted yet, could also do it.
These matches are getting more and more tight. Every mistake or non-mistake is magnified.
For sure. So still a discussion going on.
So we have a Blue Alliance win. Blue Alliance, that's the average Joe's 341 to 317. So it feels like there might be a penalty that's going to help out.
Yeah, extra points coming in for blue there.
That may not have needed, but they got them, yeah.
Yep. And that is another upset. Number 2 Alliance has beaten the number 1 Alliance. They're going to have to do it again if number 1 makes it to the finals. But both alliances over 300.
No tower points for either alliance.
And I don't think we'll see any from these 2 alliances. It's sort of like the higher your ball scoring ability goes, the less value there is in climbing the tower, because there's that opportunity cost. Do you go and climb the tower for 10 points or maybe 20? Or can you just load and score 20 balls in that same period of time? Maybe 30 balls.
Let's redirect and go downstairs to Steve Iwanek.
All right, Dan and Dan, thank you. Noel's joining me once again from Alliance number 2. We saw them last time score over 400 points, and it was asked, how'd you guys feel going up against Alliance number 1 in this particular round? You guys pull away with a big win there. How does it feel to knock down number 1 in this round?
Really good.
Yeah.
Especially since we had a lot of problems in the game. So we really pulled through. One of the B-bots, the bees, they died halfway through. There's kind of problems, but to still pull it through was really awesome.
Didn't really feel like you guys felt like you were in control despite some of those problems. And putting up 341 points is still impressive. So talk to me, when you go back into the pit, what's going to be that adjustment that you make?
Well, we're going to make sure that whatever happened to the bees, that doesn't happen again. And then we want to check with the other guys because they completely lost comms. And they were out for most of the match. So we're going to see what happened there. We had people trying to help fix it, but we don't really know what happened. And then just kind of figure out the problems and hopefully it goes smoothly next.
Over 300 points with some untapped potential still. Dan, what do you got for?
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed this, but I want to get your thoughts on. We saw 10-23 not scoring for the number 1 alliance, but just feeding the entire match. Don't know if that was strategic or not, but do you have any thoughts on that style of play?
For the other alliance?
For the other alliance.
Who's 10-23? Do you know what their name
Bedford.
is? Bedford?
Yep.
They might have had, I know some of them were having problems, so it might have been that they couldn't shoot. I don't know if they got that fixed, but I know they're decent shooters, so yeah, that might be the main reason, because their third pick isn't probably the best shooter. I should probably look at that, but they probably wouldn't. They'd need 2 shooters usually. So
yeah. Well, every little moment matters in these critical rounds, but Alliance number 2 with a big win over Alliance number 1. Dan and Dan, back over to you.
And let's get to our scores. How did they advance? Well, penalty points were an issue. Really only 5-point swing, though, for the Blue Alliance. But just enough in Teleop with fuel cells. Autonomous was pretty much dead.
Yeah, I mean, 61 to 60 in autonomous mode. Very close.
That's legit.
And remember, I mean, so far we have seen an advantage. If you win auto mode, it definitely sets you up better for the Teleop scoring. But, you know, with 1023 playing that feed-only role, again, we don't know if that's a conscious strategic choice or if that was a robot issue, because they were shooting from the middle zone. Maybe they just didn't feel like they could lock on and adjust the score in the target in the hub. But, you know, that might have led to the Teleop, you know, turnaround, where our number 2 alliance was able to then swing that autonomous deficit and come back and win. Of course, only 1 point in autonomous. But despite this robot 10-6-3-3 that we're watching now, turning off for a little bit of that match.
And there is the jubilation for the Blue Alliance. Man, that is impressive. And it's one. And you. All right, here's a question, Dan. How conscious are you? You have to be conscious of what the other team's point total is, because in a match that close, you may know, hey, we can't mail it in here in the last 20 or 30 seconds. We got to max out.
This game is a little bit more straightforward in that just keep scoring, but knowing you're up big, for example, opens up other strategies to you. If you know you're up big and your shooter is maybe not 100%, you could go play double defense and hold on to the lead, right? But again, like you said, knowing it's neck and neck going into the end, you gotta try in whatever way to make some extra shots.
Here's match 12, 4th round, lower bracket, North Branch, Dark Horse Robotics, Wyoming Demons Robotics, and the Freeland Fabricators. On the flip side, we've got the Red Alliance, West Catholic, Enigma Robotics, Paradise Teams, that one team, and Godwin Heights Robo Snacks.
Yep, Alliance number 3 in the red side. Has been fairly consistent, over 200 points every match, 233, 203, 285. Meanwhile, the question is, which Alliance 5 are we going to see? Are we going to see the 265-point Alliance 5 of round 1? The 55-point, all the robots are having issues Alliance 5 of round 2? Or are we going to see somewhere in between? Their round 3 score only 182, but they were going up against an Alliance that sort of specialized in defense.
That's the Enigma Robotics machine from West Catholic High School.
Yep, keep an eye on them. I believe in their last match, maybe it wasn't their last match, but the match before that, the match they lost to drop down to the lower bracket, they had some intake issues at one point. So we're going to watch that robot, make sure it can load and continue scoring for the entire match here. Got some kind of thumbs down. We are waiting for it, and it is the Enigma machine not connected to the field yet, 2075. Connected now, so they're just finishing their setup on their driver station laptop. We should be good to go here in a second.
For the most part, we've seen the scores go up throughout the afternoon, which is, I guess, to be expected.
Yeah, you know, you kind of get into the rhythm of elims, make sure your robot's running a little bit better, and then the drivers can kind of settle into it as well. Realize, hey, I'm still just doing the same thing.
And away we go. This is match 12, 4th round. And who
2075 stuck again in auto mode.
Oh, man, who is going to...
If they don't A-stop, they A-stop this time, so they're not going to eat that 15-point penalty, that major foul. But that does not bode well. It means they, well, you know what? They might win anyway. 49-67, lights out right now, reloading, and I think they're going to carry it.
They didn't come all the way back, but they stayed pretty close.
Yep, so Red wins despite 2075's issue.
Yeah.
And now because they E-stop, no major penalty, they put all those balls in during that transition shift, and that's going to set them up pretty well here.
Blue Alliance trying to take advantage in this window.
Yep, blue has to be ahead at the end of this shift for this to be a close match.
Yeah, again, these are 25-second shifts. And when your shift ends, then your opponent can start their offensive
85
onslaught.
taking a little bit, or 858 taking a little bit too much time getting back. A lot of those shots, they made a lot of shots there, but the light was off. That hub was not active. That was probably 15 wasted balls.
That is not great shooting by the Red Alliance. A little bit inconsistent there.
Yep. And we got 87-67 in there trying to be a menace. But now 2075 kind of finding a good spot. We'll see.
Yeah, Red Alliance.
Back to blue.
They got to go. They're down a bunch, but they're going to pile them up.
So after this, red gets one more shift, and then it's endgame. That means blue really needs to be in the lead here. They've got another 35-ish points to make up.
Looks
and they're
like
going to do
banging
it.
them. Yeah, they're banging them in on the hub.
All right, basically tied. Red gets a free shift here. Blue's going to have to really be set up for endgame to make a comeback.
Yeah, and each fuel cell is worth 1 point.
51-66 in the red zone, playing defense, but also shooting balls all the way across the field. So they're denying balls and setting themselves up for endgame, which is going to happen in 3 seconds. Blue's got to be lined up. They've got to start shooting if they want to close this gap.
Yeah, they're going to go point blank. 2 machines for the Blue Alliance. 858, Demons Robotics. That's the one going point blank. Who's going to have the last big push?
49-67, not moving, not shooting.
18 seconds and counting. Blue Alliance is shooting. Red Alliance not as quick. Might be enough for the Blue Alliance. Oh, man, this is
2075 coming out late. But so is 858. So is 51-66 with the climb, too. Full hopper, though. You don't want to see a full hopper. 51-66 still with a bunch of balls they could have tried to shoot.
They're all applauding. I don't know. I mean, at this point, it's only a 3-point margin.
It literally either side here.
Yeah. You can be excited, but you don't know if you got the win.
A lot of those last second shots going up. Both alliances shooting until the very end. And we know blue, I think, has 10 extra points with that climb. So presumably that gives them the edge here. If the shots were about even in that last few seconds, 10 points for climbing might have just decided it.
Wow. This is crazy. Here's the equipment problem for 87-67.
Yep, just beached on those balls.
Yeah.
You can see their wheels spinning around as they try to get free, so they're going to be held up a little bit here.
Don't get comfortable
they do get free.
standing on your fuel
Good job
cells.
by 858 to come back across. And that's why 858 was late to their first offensive shift as well. Still probably the right call.
Well, you just hope that that little mechanical failure, even 5 seconds lost, can be meaningful.
Yep. Kind of counting the balls here as they're coming out of that 51-66 robot. I think there was about 15 balls in that robot.
This is intense.
And we do not have a finalized submitted score yet either.
No.
Referees still discussing. And close enough that a minor foul might swing this match.
A lot of hand gesturing going on.
It's like agreement. Got a lot of nodding.
Right.
They're on the same page. We are posting, so this score is now final. We just have to wait and see what it is. 49-67, that's going to be one of their people coming over to ask, hey, why was this penalized or why wasn't this penalized? I don't know which direction that question's going.
He's like, we just want more points. It's a Blue Alliance win. We'll sort out how we got there. Woo, big sigh of relief.
I think what we're going to see is we're going to see a 9-point victory and a 10-point climb. I think we just had a climb win the match.
And you said we weren't going to see many climbs. This one came at the right time, and it carries them over the top. But again, there's a penalty that's involved.
Yep. And an argument could be made. I saw them take out more than 10 balls from their robot. If they shot those instead of climbing, they might have been able to get the win that way. But their climb is guaranteed. It's been very consistent here, and they went that route. You know, missed shots, right, could have hurt you, so taking the safe path, looks like it worked out.
All smiles for the Blue Alliance. Let's join Steve downstairs.
Dan and Dan, I think we all need to take just a collective breath after watching that one, and it comes down to a climb that separates it all. You guys win by 9 points. Is this the team of destiny, Evan?
Yeah, we're super. I don't even know what to say. That was awesome. We put in all our effort. I want to thank our drivers. And we did so good. I don't know. I'm at a loss for words. I'm very happy.
Yeah, I mean, this is what makes robotics and what makes FIRST so awesome. Talk to me, when you're in the middle of that match and you're looking up, you're peering at that scoreboard, and you see they're right there, and it's going to come down to those little moments. How do you guys stay calm and poised?
Ooh. I mean, I think the main thing we think about is, you know, we've made it this far. We already, we won 2 matches. We got playoff points. It's not the end of the world if it doesn't go well. But on the same token, we can do as well as we want. We can do as well as we feel like we want to. So it's like, okay, we may lose, we may win, but let's put in our all right now.
Well, you put it all in, you got to win. Dan, what do you got for him?
I want to talk about 87-67 was beached on some balls. You guys had to make a decision. I think you went and knocked them off the balls instead of being lined up and ready for the start of your shift. You were a little late to that shift because you knocked them off. What did you factor in there? Why did you make that decision to go that direction?
We made that decision because we knew if we did not defend Enigma, they would go insane. They would do really, really well. And so as soon as they were beached, I'm like, okay, if we're not defending them, Enigma and that one team are going to outscore us. So I called 858 and I said, go help them. They're beached. And they went and helped them, and obviously it worked. It was a smart decision.
Well, Alliance number 5 continues to find those ways to win. Get yourself ready to go for the next round. Thanks again to Evan, Dan, and Dan. Back over to you.
All right, thank you guys. Here is the way it all played out. Tower points, check. Penalty points, check. And Red Alliance actually had more fuel, or more autonomous points with fuel.
Yeah, so this was a match that did not follow kind of any of the normal patterns that we would expect to see in a match. The Alliance that won auto mode and actually increased their lead after the first series of shifts was not able to hold on and win the match. So first shift for Blue was 79, first shift for Red was 99. So halfway through the match, Red won auto, increased their lead, but Blue coming back with a last shift 3 and an end game of 167 to only 114 for Red. So getting that robot free to play defense was huge, and also seeing some of 5166. Sorry, not 5166. Seeing some of the ball control there was pretty instrumental here.
Wow, that is just absolutely chaotic. And the Blue Alliance working. Overcoming the penalty. And there's the climb after they unload. There's the climb. Not great. But you can see they hit all the marks of what they wanted to do.
If we're going to nitpick, right, that was a full hopper of balls.
Yeah,
you should never end the match with a full hopper of balls.
Right.
That means either they loaded too much or they climbed too early. In this case, I don't think they climbed too early. That was right at the last second. Good choice. Got the 10 points guaranteed. Means instead of loading that full hopper of balls, they should have come back and started shooting with a half full hopper. Could have emptied the hopper and then gotten the hang. Couple more points, but they didn't need it. That hang was enough.
And let's go down to our playing field as we are going to let our PA announcer hand out some awards.
If your team wins an award, please come down to the field to high-five the judges to receive an award starting at the red side, passing the judges over to the blue side, ending at the first logo for your team picture. So everybody knows, around the far side. Our first award of the evening is the Imagery Award in honor of Jack Kamen for his dedication to art, illustration, and his devotion to FIRST. This award celebrates attractiveness in engineering and outstanding visual aesthetic, integration of machine and team appearance. There is no ducking under this team's focus on 3D printed parts, previous year's game pieces, and their on-bot driver. The team colors and imagery set a grand blue and gold standard. Congratulations, Team 5980, East Grand Rapids Robotics. We have our judges and staff facing this way, as this is where the cameras are. So the cameras are all in front of us. So for those of you viewing online, you are able to see everything. The Gracious Professionalism Award celebrates outstanding demonstration of FIRST core values, such as continuous gracious professionalism, sportsmanship, and working together, both on and off the playing field. When the jungle of competition hits hard, this team reaches out to assist others. Elevating their alliance, they rebuilt their entire robot in the spirit of gracious professionalism, strategizing to help their alliance grows by loading them up. Congratulations, team number 9638, Tiger Bros. Our next award is the Team Spirit Award, celebrating extraordinary enthusiasm and spirit through exceptional partnership and teamwork, furthering the objectives of FIRST. This team cheers until they are blue in the face. Their above average spirit extends to the community, to the youth, sim activities, and even to other teams. They are that team. Congratulations, team number 4967, that one team. Our next award, the Rising All-Star Award, celebrates the team that has persisted through challenges despite the difficulties of being a young team. This team could be the result of being a new or a team with recent turnover in membership. This team has had their ups and downs. They went from 3 mentors to only 1, but now they are rising to new heights, hooked to bots and pumpkin shooters to give younger kids a hand on the introduction to STEM. You will never hear this team tell them they can't touch this. Team number 7656, the MC Hammers.
All right, awards have been passed out. We're going to let them take the proverbial victory lap and whatnot, and we're going to lean into what's coming up. 13th match. We are into 5th round. So we're really getting down to the final few.
Yep, 5th round has 1 match, just match 13. This is the lower bracket finals. So winner of this match is going to be in our grand finals, where we'll play best 2 out of 3 to crown a champion. So this is going to be Alliance number 1's second chance here. They lost to Alliance 2, fell down to the lower bracket, and then they're going to be going up against this mercurial 5th seed, who's just kind of won matches in all kinds of weird ways, and has found the offense when they needed it, and got away with 1 match where everything didn't work.
Let's connect downstairs with Steve. He's talking with some of the young entrepreneurs who are involved in today's events.
All right, Dan, and Dan, thank you so much. Well, I'll tell you what, look at this contraption that's in front of me right now. It's been designed by the Average Joe's Robotics team. I'm joined by 2 members of the group, Lucas and a third. Thank you to the both of you for joining me.
Yeah, of course.
I've heard that you guys are pretty darn good at what we do here today, and this is part of the reason why. Nothing average about this machine. So I'll start with you, Lucas. What is it about this machine? Because you guys are one of the top-ranked offensive alliances, this particular squad. So what is it about this machine that allows you guys to have such the highest OPR?
Well, one of the main things is our turret here. This yellow thing rotates all the way around about 480 degrees. The biggest thing about it is it's able to shoot on the move. So as we're picking up balls going across wherever the balls are, we can always be aiming at the target, and we're always getting balls in the hub.
A third, when it came to designing this thing, how long did it take? And what was your role in this? What is something that maybe when you look at this machine, you really were kind of the driver of creating?
So our process has been expanding year over year. We have been increasing the planning time every single season. So this season it was definitely weeks of planning, looking at robot in 3 days concepts, making a bunch of drawings, creating crayon CAD, and I think that's the biggest place that I contributed in the design, was creating just a bunch of concepts in crayon CAD, which is just CAD simplified. We messed with multi-shooter bots with super wide shooters, shoot 4 balls at a time or whatever, and we landed on this design, and I'm really glad we did. We've got a amazing flow from intake to shooter.
Yeah, one of the biggest things about it is we like to compare every single thing a robot can do to everything a robot can do. And whenever we decide is the most important, that's what our robot ends up being, and that's what you see here today.
I want to ask both of you guys real quick. And, if I tried to design something like this, it would probably just blow up in 5 seconds. But for the both of you, this seems like it's a real passion for you guys. What kind of got you started in wanting to get into FIRST and in robotics in general?
So for me, I joined my freshman year. I've been on the team for 4 years. Now I'm a senior. And I've always had a passion for, it was just building Legos when I was in elementary school. And that building and designing of things, I'm so lucky to be able to build something with real materials and see what is possible for me in the future as well.
How about for you?
Absolutely. It started with, building Legos, putting tiny fans together, those circuits, and having that curiosity for robots. And then that evolved into joining an FLL team, then FTC, and now we're here. And it's a much bigger robot now than what we started with.
Yeah, I got to imagine. Yeah, so I got to end with this. You guys are in first right now.
Yes, sir.
Is there an alliance out there that maybe makes you guys a little nervous, or is this machine the one that's going to take you to the promised land?
There's some really good bots here. There's some good bots. Even I'd venture to say the top 8 teams here are all very solid. We emphasize consistency, and we've been able to embody that. We've been winning, undefeated so far. We're hoping to keep that going. Other teams haven't really met that standard, our standard.
Yeah.
But we're looking for that team to help us win the competition.
All right, well, Thurv and Lucas, 2 examples of what makes this weekend and just in general what makes First so awesome. Young geniuses at work, and we'll see them in the competition. But for now, Dan and Dan, we'll send it back over to you.
All right, good stuff, Steve. Let's get into our bracket. Alliance 1 versus Alliance 5. The winner is advancing to the finals. That's a best 2 of 3. So number 2 Alliance waiting, watching this one very closely. And now there's only 3 teams left.
Yep. Getting down to it. I don't want to talk about, so we got a good look at that St. Joe robot, that 3620 robot. We can see it here as well. Actually, the part I want to talk about is literally behind that. Oh, he's moving. Good. You see that white part there underneath the light?
Yeah.
The
black
actually,
tape.
Yeah, well, inside that black tape, that white bit there, that is that's VR goggles. That is a Quest 3, I think. And one of the cool things they're doing is there are these April codes around the April tags around the field that you can use a regular camera to read and try to localize your robot. What they're doing is somebody created this project a few years ago where they hacked into this Quest. The Quest already has external cameras that it uses for tracking. It tracks sort of like a mouse. Optic mice, they take pictures of the table so it can see how far it moved. It's kind of doing the same thing with this device that was developed, I think it's at Facebook. And they're using that to actually control their robot's position on the field. So this is a little bit different way of doing things, kind of making use of a lot of the work that's already been done by professional engineers to help localize their robot and use that to aim that turret that they were talking about. So it can always point where they want it to point.
Very innovative and creative. Here we go with our lower bracket. Again, 5th round, 13th match of the day. Dark Horse Robotics, Demons Robotics, and the Fabricators. And again, the winner is moving on. Average Joes, Photo Warriors, and Forest Area Eagles.
Right, Alliance number 1 with 2 scores over 300, 1 score way down at 215, but that was a match in which a robot was broken. St. Joe was not working. So we're going to probably see another 300-point match here from them. Meanwhile, Alliance number 5, their max score thus far in the tournament has only been 265 points. So either Alliance number 5 is going to have to bring out some more of that defense that we've seen from them, or they're going to have to ratchet their scoring up yet again to another new level.
Well, things are really peaking here as this has been a very upward trajectory for most all of these teams, which is exactly what they want. They put in so much work during the week. You hate to see them come out and not get the results they're hoping for on this Saturday.
That is the tough part. Everybody put in so much work, but we can only have one Alliance win. It's like everybody is connected. We should be just about ready to go. Again, 10,181 is using the A stop. They're not going to run their auto mode as they have not all tournament long, leaving the space open for their partners.
What's our delay here, do you think?
I don't know.
Flashing red lights are usually never good.
Well, that light is okay. That's that A-stop light that we were talking about. Right now, we're not able to start the match because our FTA and our head ref are having a little discussion over somewhere else. And
there they are.
So what I think it is that one team, 4967, had come up and asked some questions of the FTAs after the last match. Maybe they had some communication issues that they thought was field related. However, our other FTA, Jimmy, was giving the thumbs up from that pit on his way back. So I think they've investigated whatever that issue was, and now they're ready to move on to the next match here.
We have Alliance number 1 in red who is ready, and Alliance number 5 in blue who is ready.
So again, the winner is advancing into the best of 3 finals, and the non-winner is going home. Here we go. Autonomous, 20 seconds. Fire and keep firing into that hub. That's what's going to get you.
St. Joe, there's an issue. They shot into the driver's station wall. They should be shooting now. They're not. They're just loading. You can see how full that hopper is.
It's loaded.
That net is just absolutely stretched to the limit. If they don't shoot immediately in driver control, there's a problem.
And Blue Alliance is in driver control right now. They got a chance to rack up some points and get way ahead here.
There is a ball stuck in the shooter, but it's not spooling up. There's something wrong. Yeah, 36-20, I don't think they're going to be able to score here. They're spitting balls out and looking to shift to defense. So it is 10-23 alone to carry the offensive output for this alliance.
An open window here for Blue Alliance. They're going to rack up some points. Now, Red Alliance, they're going to have their turn. And it is a little bit slow right now. And this is a very precarious window for the Red Alliance.
A lot of missed shots. So one of the downsides is when you only have one shooter, the defense knows where to go. But getting into the corner there, 10-23, able to make a few. However, end of their shift, they're going to be down.
The Dark Horse Robotics robot is the one putting the hurt on for the Blue defensively. Blue Alliance gearing up for another big swing, they hope.
36-20, making the most of what's left of their robot. They did entirely fill their hopper. So those are balls stolen from Blue. Blue's not going to be able to reload there. We got 10-181 is out. They lost communications. It's kind of in a good spot. They're in the way on the Blue side of the field, but that's another robot down for Red.
Red Alliance trying to push back. We're inside 45 seconds left. The winner is advancing to the finals, best of 3 finals.
10-23, almost able to bring it back to a tie. One more burst here, and they will, I think, just barely take the lead. But now it's Blue's turn. It's endgame.
Oh, Blue Alliance really swinging big here down the stretch. We're inside 20 seconds, and this looks like a Blue
23
Alliance.
shooters off. They have fired 15 balls. Not a single one went in except for rebounds.
Blue Alliance very comfortable right now. They're patting it.
Yep. 51-66, cleaning up. 8:58 back here with another load. And we've got an upset, I think.
Oh, the heads are hanging low for the Red Alliance. And they are jumping for joy on that Blue Alliance side.
Well, that is rough. Number 1 seed is going to go down here. Partly to robot damage as well. Something wrong with 36-20's robot. Did not fire in auto mode. Was not able to shoot a single ball that entire match.
That is a game changer, big time.
.10-23 doing a pretty good job. Still trying to keep it close. Not quite able to do so. We did see at least one penalty on Red as we had the double defenders over in the Blue zone. And then, of course, when 10,181 lost power to their robot, I don't think this one's just communication. From up here, I didn't see any lights on the robot. I think either they popped their main breaker or the battery came unplugged, but something happened where they have no power.
Blue Alliance is your winner. We don't know how much, but we know that they are in the best of 3 finals.
So 215 to 169.
Penalty points, there's a few of them there. Really, the tower points help.
Yeah, I mean,
if that Red Alliance mechanical issue goes away, we're in a lockstep.
It's a difference. I mean, this is an alliance that scored 300 points twice. If that robot is fully functional, I think they're back up in that 300-point range.
Tough way to end your Saturday. Here's the way it goes. Red Alliance is eliminated, 169. That is not what they thought they would be putting up. Blue Alliance has enough to put up a comfortable win.
Yeah, 5 penalty points doesn't matter with this margin of victory. 10 tower points, nice. Again, not necessary. Really, it's just 10-23 alone in auto mode. Managed to win auto mode for red, but unfortunately, 36-20 St. Joseph's Average Joe's not able to use their shooter that entire match. And it was just too much of an offensive burden for a single robot to bear there.
Let's go downstairs and join Steve.
All right, Dan and Dan, thank you. I told Evan, I think he likes talking to us down here. This is not the first time today. Congratulations. Big win there.
Thank you.
Over Alliance number 1. A little revenge from earlier today.
Yeah.
Let's start with this. They're 36-20. Had issues. Dan and Dan were pointing it out multiple times. They just could not fire any fuel. So when you see that happening against your opponent, just what is going through your mind as a team?
I mean, I don't want to be disrespectful, but we were excited because they're a very good scorer on their team. So, but we don't want to get ahead of ourselves because they always have time to come back. For me, we were only planning on defending Bedford anyways since they were lined up with their defense spot. So that wasn't my concern, but watching the match go on and realizing, oh, we're catching up was super exciting.
You guys are now going to face Alliance 2, who earlier put up over 400 points. They've been the top scorer today in just an individual round. How do you feel knowing that you're going up against a team that has shown today they can put up the highest number of points, but you guys just keep finding ways to win?
I'm just very grateful for what we have as a team. I'm grateful for our drive team and everyone on it. I'm grateful that we're playing against them. And I'm very thankful that we've made it this far. And I'm thankful for everything. Yeah.
Dan, how about you?
Yeah, so any strategy thoughts going into this match? I mean, we've seen you guys go in the other Alliance's offensive zone and fire balls out of there. Is that something you maybe are going to look to focus on here? Any changes, or are you just going to run what's worked for you so far?
Well, we'll have to see. I'll talk to our teammates. I don't want to give anything away yet, but I'm very happy with where we are strategy-wise, so we'll have to figure it out. We'll see.
It's been working today. Alliance 5 finds themselves in today's final round. Evan, congratulations. And
Thank
Dan
you.
and Dan, we send it back over to you.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, he's pumped. Here's highlights. Blue Alliance getting the early punch with all those points.
Here's 36-20. This is where they should be shooting. Should be shooting this whole time. They're not, and that's why this hopper is so full. And then we watch them after auto mode ended, still couldn't shoot. They're here playing defense. They're smart. They're still trying to take balls away. They're loading some balls there in between hits. But ultimately, going to be too much for just this one robot to be able to score. 10-23 here, doing a great job of getting some shots up in the air. Just constantly shooting that turret move, turret robot, constantly shooting as they move around. And then, there it is, unfortunately.
End of day for the Red Alliance, Blue Alliance. Man, you don't need to hear anything to know who's going where.
Yep. Yeah, and that's tough. I mean, Alliance won, right? That is our favorite. It was our number 1 seeded team and their choice, first pick of the entire event.
We'll have the awards segment starting right now down on the field.
Continuing our awards, up next we have the Autonomous Award, sponsored by Google.org. This celebrates a team that has demonstrated consistent, reliable, high-performing robot operations during autonomous actions of match play. Evaluation is based on the robot's ability to sense its surroundings, position itself, position itself on board mechanisms, and execute tasks. There is no average autonomous routine. This team buzzes as they survey the field. With reliability, they choose their side and fly, gathering fuel to feed their alliance. They can float like butterflies, but they sting like bees. Congratulations, team number 10633. Our next award, the Creativity Award, sponsored by Rockwell Automation, celebrates a creative robotic component, concept, or attribute that enhances strategy of play and was intentionally designed and not discovered. This team's material handling, shout out to Matic, had their competition seeing red. They engineered a custom material indexer to ensure their quiver was always loaded to shoot as straight as an arrow. Congratulations, team number 3234, the Red Arrows. The Quality Award celebrates machine robustness in concept and fabrication. Building the robot is only one part of their success, and the judges recognize them as a quality example to others. This team is wired for flexibility. They want everything to give just the right amount, from intake to agitator. Ready, set, Eddie. Congratulations, team number 9208, Eddie Circuits. The Industrial Design Award celebrates the team that demonstrates individual industrial design principles, striking a balance between form, function, and aesthetic. They built this robot the way you craft a great cup of joe, with precision, patience, and an eye for detail that leaves nothing to chance. They blow the whistle for their alliance with polished efficiency and design. This entire team worked together to keep the robot rolling down the track. Congratulations, team number 1023, Bedford Express.
All right, let's shift from the awards segment as we reconnect with Steve Iwanek. He's got some insight and a close-up look at the Robotics team from Bridgman, Michigan.
And thank you so much. Well, I am joined right now by Jason Kading. He's the head coach of Bridgman Robotics, or I should say B-Botics on your shirt there. Yep. Jason, thanks for giving me a few minutes of your time. So, I talked to someone earlier who is also kind of newer to the coaching world. You're in your second year with Bridgman. Let's start with this. Year one to year two. What's been that lesson that you've learned from year one that you're carrying into year two to make yourself even better?
Well, year one, we came out. We didn't have many sponsors, whatnot, so we were always waiting on parts. So we could build this stuff this week, wait on the parts. Well, this year we actually had the funding where we could actually build a robot right from the get-go. One thing we did about week 3 and after kickoff, we were actually driving a robot that was functioning. So from there, we could tweak it for many weeks before we even had our first match.
See, money solves a lot of the world's problems,
It really does.
And so for you guys, you're doing pretty well right now in the rankings. You guys are third.
We're third right now.
Which is impressive. But I want to ask you about this. I know you're the coach, but you told me before we got going here that your son is really the hands-on, the leader, it feels like, of your group. Talk to me about just your son's role.
So my son he approached the school and got a team set up.
What's his name?
Kyle.
Kyle, okay.
So they had a shop room that hasn't been used in almost 2 decades. And now we have a field at our school. We have whatever we need, and we've invited other teams to our school. So we're not only are we mentoring the kids that we have on our small team, we're mentoring other teams as well. And he's even traveled to go help them code and whatever. So it's kind of nice watching it be built up slowly. And he's hands-on with every one of the kids. He's hands-on with design, self-taught with CAD, self-taught with coding. We don't have a coding mentor. So all the coding and the autonomouses, that's all him.
And how old is he?
He is about to be 18.
So he's about to be 18 years old, and he's already doing all of these things. That has to bring some pride for you as a father and a coach.
Oh, definitely. Especially when you see the robot in CAD 3 or 4 days after kickoff.
Yeah. What has been for you the greatest takeaway and I guess the blessing of being a coach for these students at Bridgman? What is it that makes you wake up each day and say, I don't have to do this, I get to do this job?
Well, I like to see the passion in the kids. I like to see them all come together and have one sense of project. Instead of, some sports, you're doing this as a defenseman and you're the offense. Yeah. They're all coming together to create the same goal, and they're working together all the time. Like my team, all the kids know every bit of that robot. We rebuilt that robot this week, and we tore it down in an hour and spent another 4 hours rebuilding it.
Okay.
So,
well, the sense of unity, teamwork on display, not just with you guys, but everybody throughout First Robotics. So, Jason, thank you so much for giving me a few minutes of your time. And with that, Dan and Dan, we send it back over to you.
All right, Steve, thank you. They're dancing in the pits and getting ready for a best of 3 championship match coming up. We will break here at East Kentwood High School and continue with more. Our first final is next in First in Michigan Robotics.
There's so many skills you can gain at first. The whole purpose is problem solving. Whether you know engineering or not, it's about trying to figure out a solution, an innovative solution.
I always been good with my hands, and I wanted to do something with technology. So I was like, maybe I should join robotics.
Going into first, I thought I'd be more of like a designing aspect. I originally wanted to be an architect, so I thought I could be able to design the robot and modify it. But now, since I'm in robotics, I'm more of the mechanical aspect. When I first joined, I met a lot of people at the mez, and they just accepted me immediately. It was like you go into your cousin's house for the first time, and you haven't met these cousins before, but your family, so you immediately know each other and you immediately bond.
I've learned a lot about problem solving and designing different parts. A lot about just the process that you would take. I think that's the most important.
Without my coaches or mentors, I wouldn't be able to build. I wouldn't be able to plot out how to cut the pieces and drill the holes.
As I learn, I can also provide learning experience for the students as well.
Before joining First, I was a really closed-off person. I wasn't really that social, and I think they really exposed me to the real world where I have to interact with other people.
Definitely communicating with people. That's really a big thing.
The preliminaries are done. We are up to the main event. It is a best of 3. Now as we come down the home stretch here at East Kentwood High School. Well, we thought we'd have the average Joes here.
Yep.
One mechanical issue, and they're out. So set the field for us now with these last 2 teams that are standing here.
All right, it's Alliance number 2 versus Alliance number 5. I mean, Alliance number 5 just like finding ways to win every match they go into. A lot of times they're not the favored Alliance.
Crafty.
And yet they still figure it out. So they have found their way to the finals. Let's see. I think 51-66, the Fabricators have won another event this year. So they won their first event that they played in. I believe 858 was finalist at the state championship last year. So a great robot for them last year, made a deep run there. And everybody else, I think this is their first time in a finals. So 87-67 and the entire Alliance number 2, despite being the higher seeded Alliance, despite putting up the highest score in these elimination rounds, none of these 3 teams, assuming my search during that last commercial break is correct, have ever been in a finals at any event ever. Now, of course, 10-642 Comstock and 10-633 Robotics, they're only second-year teams, so they haven't had that many opportunities yet. But we have a very young, inexperienced, higher-seeded Alliance here going up against a more experienced number 5 seed.
And a little turnover in transition is nice. It's always nice to see, new teams that are, kind of banging away. Now they've kind of moved up and, gotten to a higher place.
Absolutely.
And at this point, strategically, what do you think the path to victory is for these teams?
Like, Alliance number 2 is our favorite. They're averaging 351 points, 351.6 repeating points per match, and they have that 429-point high score. Meanwhile, Alliance number 5 averaging just 191. Their average is under 200. Now, of course, they had that 55-point match, which is a lot lower. If we get rid of that, they are above 200, but I mean, their scores are 265, 182, 238, 215. So they're hanging out in that mid-200s when they're having good matches. Somehow, either they've got to get up into the 300s to match this Alliance number 2, or they're going to have to find a way to take that 429 and drag it down by almost half, right, to get it into the 200s here.
I'm sure the Alliance, 5th seeded Alliance, they're confident. But you're still, that's a formidable foe.
Yeah, it is still another big hill. They've climbed 3 hills already, but they've got another big one here in the finals with Alliance number 2. Now, I was trying to get some info, right, with that last interview. I know 51-66, the Fabricators, have been doing more ball stealing than any of our other robots that we've seen here. So we've seen them as a main offensive robot on their Alliance. We've still seen them cross the entire field, get on the other Alliance's scoring side, and just start picking up and firing balls out of that Alliance zone as fast as possible. Now, that ball starvation could, right, be part of the keys to bringing that 400 points back down to earth.
All right. Red Alliance and Blue Alliance, please come to the center of the field to shake hands.
So the ceremonial handshake will take place.
Let's give these 2 Alliances a big round of applause.
Yep, that is our tradition here before finals match number 1. Get a little handshake going. Sportsmanship, or a kind of like first version of it called gracious professionalism, is a big thing for the teams here. And what we mean by that is Once they get back to their controls, they're going to do everything they can to win the match. But in between the matches, everybody is kind of collaborative. Everybody works together. I've seen it before, even in the finals. If a robot on the Blue Alliance breaks and a robot or a team on the Red Alliance has the part they need to fix it, they're going to give them the part.
So here's how it shapes up. North Branch, Dark Horse Robotics, Wyoming Demons Robotics, and the Freeland Fabricators. Red Alliance shapes up like this. Livingston Christian, the Steel Falcons, Comstock Colts, and the Bridgman B-Botics.
So Autonomous, as always, going to be big. Alliance number 2 had that one auto mode where everything hit and they scored over 100 points in just auto mode alone. If they can do that again, it's going to be really difficult for Alliance 5 to close that gap. And out of Alliance number 5, I mean, yeah, we're going to watch 5166, the Fabricators, see if they do some ball stealing. And we're definitely going to keep our eyes on 8767, Dark Horse Robotics. Their defense has also been integral in getting them here. And 858 as well. I mean, they're kind of just like quietly filling their hopper and making a bunch of shots.
So one last big push of energy for all these spectators who have been keeping the energy pumped up in this gym all afternoon long.
We've got one person still on the field, 7220, with a thumbs down. So that's the robot we're waiting for to connect. Looks like a thumbs down from 10642 as well. Yep, they're also not connected. So waiting on a couple robots on the red side here to get all set. Blue side looks ready to go.
Still thumbs down.
Yep, this is approaching the point at which they're probably going to have to go out and look at that robot. Again, from the time that you power on your robot, it should take about a minute to kind of boot up and get connected here. We've been watching this robot for longer than that, so they are out. Maybe they didn't plug an Ethernet cable back in. Maybe they need to reboot the robot. And they did something inside that robot and look very confident that that's going to fix it as they walk back over to the driver's station.
And again, it's best of 3, so hope is not lost if you don't come out successful in the first finals match.
Yeah, that's an interesting change that we made a couple years ago, going from single elimination, every round was best 2 out of 3, to this double elimination and only the finals are best 2 out of 3. And what that does is it gives you a chance to play against the other alliance and then make adjustments, to your style of play suited to that, particular match. In double elimination, you're going to face somebody different in the next match, so you're not making kind of direct adjustments. But here in the finals, you do.
Dan, we talk about the teams that are younger, that are kind of getting their first heavy experience. This Comstock high school team, the Comstock Colts, 10-6-4-2. This is like their second year of competition.
Yes.
I mean, they are newbies.
Yep, and this is, it's certainly their first time in the finals. It might be their first time in the playoffs altogether.
The air is rare for at least one of these teams.
Love to see everybody looking loose. I was watching as we were talking about these guys over here, 10-6-4-2. They were kind of doing some dancing around as they got their robot connected, so they're looking relaxed.
Yeah.
Thumbs up from the Blue Alliance, Alliance number 5. Drivers, please stand behind the lines, and we are ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go.
We are off into the first finals match, best of 3.
10-6-3-3 on top of balls, and they are on the other side, there is a penalty. If you fully cross the middle line and make contact, that's a penalty. They got pushed across the line, doesn't matter. Penalty on 10-6-3-3. And our number 5 Alliance maybe can sneak something out here in auto mode.
We move into the first transition shift.
Looks like they're short, so it is going to be a number 2 Red Alliance win. So blue is going to be scoring here in the transition, and red scoring a little late there in that transition. I'm not sure all those points counted, but blue has the first shift.
Well, a lot of activity in the neutral zone. We got to see who's going to go on heavy offense here first. There's Blue Alliance.
72-20 at this stage, right, with 6 seconds left, should be full of balls. They're not. Some of that was defense, but I wonder if something broke. Yeah, 72-20 all the way on the far side of the field. That's not where they should be right now. It's their offensive shift, so that robot, something might be wrong with it.
Yeah, they're going to go and head to the other side of the field.
They were herding some balls in and playing defense. That robot, I don't think, is going to score.
Red Alliance trying to pad their lead. They're launching those fuel cells towards their hub.
Balls on Robotics now, 10-6-3-3 to carry all the offensive load, but we got 2 defensive robots in red. Somebody's got to get on 858.
Looks like 72-20's intake is broken. They're not picking up anything.
Yep. And 10-6-4-2 now stuck on balls. So kind of short 2-ish robots here. Oh, but good defense. 72-20 absolutely hammered the fabricators in the corner, causing a bunch of misses.
Blue Alliance just took a whole bunch of shots that were all offline.
Yep.
This is crazy.
Robotics getting 1v1. This is Red Alliance shift. Not a single ball has been fired yet.
We might not get to 200.
No, finding some defense here. 87-67, just absolutely winning the one-on-one thus far. And here comes 858 with their hopper.
Blue Alliance is going to launch and strike big.
That's a penalty, too, for contact with the robot touching the tower. More points for blue. They've taken the lead. Number 5 is up. And still 87-67, shutting down 10-6-3-3. Robotics cannot get shots up.
Oh, my. This is crazy. Well, getting to 200 points was a lot harder than we thought it was going to be 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, and so at some point, I don't know, 10-6-3-3 has some balls. Doesn't look like they're fully intaked in the robot. That defense was stopping them from getting in position to shooting. It's possible there's damage to that robot, too. We might have had damage to both of the offensive side red robots. We had 10-6-4-2 also beached on balls for a portion of that match. And that auto mode that just went way, way wrong as Robotics again got pushed over the midline. Gonna take a foul for that. That might be a major foul. I'm gonna have to double check on that one. But just everything broke for the number 5 Alliance in blue, and I don't know how they keep doing this, but they keep doing it.
That is wild. Completely unexpected both ways, really.
Yeah, yep.
And it is a Blue Alliance win. We'll break down the numbers. Pretty healthy win, too. 222 to 155.
Yep. I want to say that penalty was a major foul. We're going to see a lot of penalty points here when we make it to the breakout, the score breakout.
Here's the final scores. With Blue Alliance starting slow but coming on strong in the teleop. They come out about 50 points ahead, plus 40 penalty points. Well, that helped.
Yep. And that is, I believe, okay, so those 40 penalty points, I think it was a major foul for crossing the midline in auto, and then contacting that robot in the tower that I was talking about in the last 30 seconds in the end game is also a major foul. That's 30 of those penalty points. and then probably a couple of other minor fouls for 2 5s on top of that. If we take those 40 points away, though, still 182 to 155. So it's not like they decided the outcome of the match. But take those penalty points away, and we're looking at 2 very low-scoring outputs here. 182 to 155 without penalties is pretty low-scoring for the finals, especially when one of these alliances put up a 429 not too long ago.
Steve Iwanek is downstairs talking to the Blue Alliance.
You know, I don't know what this alliance ate for breakfast this morning or whatnot, but somehow, some way, it's been good luck for you. Here you are, you've taken a 1-0 lead here in the final round. And once again, all of these breaks just keep going your way, literally and figuratively. What went on in there? What was your guys' strategy coming into round 1?
Man, I don't even know. That was awesome. We never expected that we would do so well, and again, we're just so fortunate, and I'm very happy for the teams we're with, and you know, I'm super happy, and we'll keep moving. So, you know, good luck to the next alliance, next match. We'll keep moving. As it was seen in the last round against Alliance 1, this one here, 72-20, it looks like their intake wasn't working properly again. I mean, just when you talk about seeing an opponent's main offensive robot go down, and it opens up a door for you guys, what is just kind of going through your mind when you see it happening again and again? I'll be honest, I didn't really see them break. I was just so focused on helping Dark Horse for penalties, and their defense is amazing, and it's really, really good. And I don't know. I mean, again, we see them break, but we got to keep playing the matches if they're not broken. We got to make sure we can still win with that. I'm probably really sweaty right now. My team might be watching back there, but yeah. That's okay. You have a reason to be intense right now with this sweat because you guys have a chance to bring home a win if you get the win in the next game. So make your adjustments in the pit, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes. Dan and Dan, back over to you. See ya.
All right. They're confident they should be. It's all coming together. Here's a little flashback to how it played out.
You can see 10-6-3-3 there. As they get hit, they cross the line. Obviously still making contact with 8:58. That's a major foul, 15 points for Blue. And here we go in the first, that was the transition shift. A bunch of points being scored from both of the Blue Alliance robots. And here, 87-67 starts their torture of 10-6-3-3. 10-6-3-3 able to get a big hopper load off there. But later in the match would have constant defensive pressure. And here's 8:58. 8:58 like somehow does this every match. Flies under the radar, pops in, gets the hopper full. Seems like 51-66 draws some of the extra defensive attention like here. And that was the penalty. So contact robot into the tower in the last 30 seconds of the match. That is a 15-point major penalty. And then they just keep scoring.
Yeah, no holds barred at that point, but I guess the good news is both teams figure there's more upside for now that they can both get to.
Yep, for sure. I mean, Alliance number 1, look, we can verify one robot for sure broken, 72-20. 10-6-3-3 Robotics might have also been broken at some point in that match. I think the last minute of that match, their second shift and end game, I don't think they got a single shot off. The defense being played against them was very good, but to not even get a single shot off makes me think maybe their feeder or their intake was also not able to feed to their shooter. So could be 2 robots damaged. If they get those fixed, of course, they're back to being that 429-point potential alliance. So they feel good about that. Blue Alliance, though, I mean, they got to win. They got to win heads up. And again, I don't know how they keep pulling these upsets, but they've done it enough that you got to start to believe at some point.
Let's see the detailed scoreboard, which is going to tell us everything. Oh, sorry, we already did that. We'll do the awards and go back downstairs and listen to our public address announcer.
180 degrees. Congratulations, team number 2771, Code Red Robotics, the Stray Dogs. The Excellence in Engineering Award, sponsored by Littelfuse, celebrates the team whose machine incorporates an engineering solution designed to have components work together seamlessly. This team rebuilt their entire robot with a whole bar shooter, launching 4 balls at once. There was nothing analog about this engineered 3D printed wide wheels for rudder grip. Their clean and organized wiring layout and CNC cut polycarbonate bins keep everything from dislocating. Congratulations, team number 6081, the Digital Dislocators. The Team Sustainability Award, sponsored by Dow, celebrates a team which has developed sustainable practices that focus on a triple bottom line. That is people, prosperity, and planet, to have a positive impact and achieve long-term continuity. This team of builders supports wellness and sustainability beyond their bot, positively impacting their community. Camps, festivals, caves, bracelets, and First Like a Girl are all part of their outreach. Creation. They reclaim pop bottles and fabricate them into 3D printed filament to create parts and bracelets. Congratulations, team number 5166, the Fabricators. The next award is our Judges Award. During the course of a competition, the judging panel may decide that a team's unique efforts, performance, or dynamics merit recognition. Today, the judges are giving out the Accessibility Award. This team's impact extends well beyond its small size. With a focus on accessibility, this team's 3D printing extends to community accessibility. This team has that dog in them. Congratulations, team number 9549, the Mecha Dog. All right, those were some great awards. We will have finals match number 2 in 4 minutes. So all robots competing in finals number 2, make sure you are on the field and ready to start in 4 minutes.
We're waiting for the start of our second final match. Before we do that, let's check in with Steve again and hear from some of the co-sponsors of today's event here at East Kentwood High School.
All right, Dan and Dan, thank you so much. Well, on this beautiful Saturday, we are being hosted right now by East Kentwood High, and I'm privileged to be joined now by the robotics coordinators for the school district, Wendy Lundgren and Trista Vandervoort. Thank you so much to both of you for sitting down with me. Let's start with you, Wendy. What a beautiful day it is. Another year, another opportunity to host this event. What is it like just seeing all of these kids year in and year out coming out here and showing what they do at such a high level?
It's been so satisfying. This is basically our 11th live in-person event, and it's exciting to see all the teams come together with great passion about the robotics, the cheering on. You see literally the inspiration where new teams may not be aware of what goes on here, and then they see the robot and how it can perform and get inspired by other people around them and getting the cheers for something that a lot of kids wouldn't get the cheers for.
Right, and you know what, for me, I haven't been a part of First for all that long, but it inspires me just watching these kids, how smart, the geniuses that are on display when I watch these competitions throughout the day. I want to ask you, Trista, Kentwood is at the forefront, really, in this state for championing robotics, and you guys got recognized this year. Talk to us about the award, the 2026 Inspire the Future. This is a mouthful. 2026 Inspire the Future Recognition Program.
Yeah, that's right. So we are one of 15 schools in the world that have received this award, and it really recognizes us investing in the students and inspiring them in robotics, and also living out the mission of FIRST, which is to create capable people to go out into the workforce. So.
Yeah, you know, there's so many school districts in Michigan that are proud of robotics, and they put out a great effort. But what do you think has separated Kentwood from so many of them and makes you guys one of the cream of the crop of the world?
Oh, thank you. We strive to be accessible to all students. We have a very diverse student population here in Kentwood. We're kind of a strange ecosystem among the surrounding cities. So we have a free to all students program. We get a lot of sponsors that support that mission. We make sure that students have access to the program, make it easy to be part of, as like it's right after school or it's accessible to them in many ways. So that is one thing that we are really quite good at, and we've had huge growth over the last 4 years.
And go ahead, yeah.
I would also say that we have a strong pipeline that we started all the way from kindergarten all the way through high school. And because of that pipeline, they build the skills every year. They're not doing Lego League for 8 years. They're doing the first tech challenge, then the first robotics. And we actually, one of the things that Trista helped made possible is have a rookie team. And the rookie team is intentionally basically 8th graders and 9th graders that they then transition, and that's a real training program. So by the time we reach high school, it's real student-led. The students are captains of all the sub-teams, and they're the ones that build the robot. They know the skills. They know how to do CAD. They know how to do CNC. They know how to do all the fabrication and assembly, testing, programming. Like you look at the autonomous programming skills that are needed for robots, the kids do it.
Yeah, it's remarkable. Getting these kids exposed right away, such an important part to getting them set up, make them feel confident in what they want to do in the future. Wendy, Trista, thank you so much. Dan and Dan, we're going to send it back over to you with more fun.
All right, Steve, fun is coming. However, first, a break here. First in Michigan, Robotics Game Day. We're at East Kentwood High School, and we'll have our second match of the finals when we continue.
Our story begins with movement, not just of vehicles, but of ideas. Aptiv has long been a catalyst for innovation, from manual to automated, mechanical to electrified, analog to digital. Aptiv has helped drive the evolution of mobility. Today, the same technologies that power mobility are transforming entire industries. Everywhere you look, automation is accelerating productivity. Electrification is powering a sustainable future. And digitalization, powered by software-defined intelligence, is unlocking new possibilities. In fact, in any application that's mission-critical, any industry where failure is not an option, we see similar challenges, similar requirements, and a similar need for innovation. Transformation is in our DNA. We've redefined mobility, and now we're applying that same ingenuity to shape what comes next. With cutting-edge technologies, technical expertise, advanced tools, and the global scale and supply chain to deliver it, Aptiv is well-positioned across industries, across markets, across the globe.
It's our second match of the finals. This Kentwood District event presented by Dematic. And we are glad to enjoy this experience. It is all peaking with next weekend's event at Saginaw Valley State. We'll be on hand for that. Of course, a full weekend of robotics. This is the mother load. 160 teams, 7,000 people. And of course, it's just a great experience every year put on by First in Michigan Robotics. And those machines, they've taken a beating. The numbers don't look as crisp as they did a few weeks ago, do they?
Yeah, bumpers, seen some wear and tear there.
Yep.
She's got a, that's not what you want to see.
No.
That is 72-20, a team that had a broken, we believe, intake.
Steel Falcons.
Wrenching on their intake right now. Hopefully they can get, okay. That's bad.
Yeah, they are in a state of stress.
So he's trying to get that front roller lined up, probably to get that shaft back in a bearing. And then it looks like there's a crossbar there that they need to resecure. Yeah, so now he's screwing in that silver piece above the bottom roller. That's kind of like their protection. That runs across the front. That takes the hits instead of the roller proper. And they're trying to get that screwed back in. I did see the roller spin, so that's a good sign.
You can learn a lot from body language in these situations.
Well, what I like to, I mean, they were obviously pulling hard on it.
Right.
But they're moving efficiently right now. They're not panicked. I don't like the head shake.
Yeah. Is there a time factor here?
There is, yeah. So there is a timer that goes off, and that is when teams have to start making a good faith effort to get on the field.
And look at the average Joes jumping in to help.
Yep.
You're right.
And that's the other robot. That's 10-6, that's B-Botics. So both red robots that are the offensive, 1 and 2, not on the field yet, both still working on it. Looks like 72-20 is gonna be moving on the field now. We are done announcing teams, so really there's a lot of pressure now to get moving towards the field. You had that, awards timeout that we sat through. There's I think a 15-minute mandated break or 10-minute mandated break between matches to give robots a chance to cool down and to do any of these repairs. And so now we're gonna start getting a little bit more pressure.
Oh boy!
From the referees, from the field staff, to start moving towards the field, getting on the field here. And this feels rough, right? You don't want to have a team that's not allowed to participate.
Yeah.
At the same time, the other alliance is ready and is on the field, so you can't give them forever to fix the robot either.
Excuse me. Anytime you see people running, that ain't good.
Yep, they're going back to the pits for something that was forgotten. You can see again, you can buy a little bit more time as you get pushed towards the field here. They're almost to the gate, but I would say they probably do not have much time left. So if they're trying to do a couple simple things, looks like a couple zip ties, that's okay, but at some point they're gonna have to put it on, and it looks like we're really close to that point.
Officials in there kind of laying out the rules of the road.
Yeah, so this is where, we have to remember there are two sides to this equation. The number 5 alliance is on the field on time, ready to play. We do want all the robots on the field and functional. It's definitely a better finals match if that happens. So there's some allowances here. But at some point, you can't penalize the alliance that was ready for the alliance that, is needing the extra time to get their robot good. So they're going on the field here. It looks like it was just zip ties in hand, right? So if it's just zip ties, that's stuff like getting that net, that cover on their hopper in place. That hopefully means this robot is functional and ready to play. They are lining up like they're going to run their auto mode. And we'll keep an eye out, too. If they hit that A stop before the match starts, we'll know there's an issue. But they are loading balls in the robot. You wouldn't do that unless you thought you could make use of them.
It's make it or break it for the Red Alliance. If they can't win, it's lights out. That's why the anxiety level may be peaking a little higher. There's no cushion for them. They have got to deliver a functional robot.
Yeah. You can see. So Robotics
just like the average Joe's guy.
They have a little bit of a history there between the two teams, but he was giving them to take some deep breaths, calm down.
Serenity now.
So they're on the field, they're ready to go. That is important, right? Your drivers now have to shift from frantic fixing the robot mode to calm, cool, collected driver mode.
Here we go, the reintroduction. Freeland Fabricators, Wyoming Demons Robotics, and North Branch Dark Horse Robotics. If they win this event today. This team needs to win to force a third winner-take-all match. Livingston Christians, Steel Falcons, Bridgman Robotics, and the Comstock Colts.
All right, we will see. I mean, if you're just going based on, facial expressions, I think there's a good chance these robots are going to function.
Well, they certainly did work everything they could to make sure they were functioning.
Yep.
No stone left unturned.
Down to the last possible second here. So we are still just waiting for that Robotics robot to connect to the field. And it just did. So they're going to check their driver station out, but we're going to be underway here very soon.
Some anxious moments leading up to this second match of the championship round of the finals.
Yep.
And we have a thumbs up. See if it all pays off for the Red Alliance. They need to come out strong and win.
We got a thumbs down for some reason here.
Ooh.
And I don't know what they're pointing at, but we're going to have a field tech over there to check it out. I think they're ready now.
Thumbs up. All right, there we go.
Yep, this auto mode, I'm watching both red robots that are coming to the middle of the field. Let's see if their intakes are fixed. Let's see if their shooters are working.
Look sharp and get points.
They both loaded fine. Robotics, though, beached on balls. They're shooting and missing. That's okay. That's not a penalty. Only a penalty if you make. But, of course, they're not, scoring those points. 72-20 back out for their second pass. All right, the robots are functional, so we are going to have ourselves a match here. Red Alliance does win auto mode.
Just by about 6 points, though. And that 10-6-33 machine, Robotics, now finally dislodged, but still, now it's on solid ground.
Yeah, but the scariest part there is it's the intake that was giving them some problems, and they had to kind of get hit on their intake to get freed from those balls.
We'll be watching that machine as the Robotics machine is unloading all kinds of fuel cells.
Big streams of balls there as they start prepping.
Yeah.
But that defense is ready. 87-67 meeting Robotics as they try to come over the bump, not able to get in position. We are halfway through the shift before Robotics gets their first shots off, but they're working.
Red Alliance functioning, trying to swing back. Minute 30 left in this second championship match.
And 72-20 absolutely lighting it up there back. Reloading on some of the easy balls.
Defense by the Dark Horse Robotics machine, but not a factor right now, but they will when they go when the Red Alliance goes back on offense here in a minute. Very close score. This is much better.
Pretty good here. We got 10 seconds left in the Blue Alliance shift. Remember, Blue being ahead now, they have to be. Red has one more shift to answer back. So Red is still kind of in the lead. 10-6-4-2 is out. They're dead. No lights on that robot. I don't think they're coming back. So Red Alliance now playing a robot down. Good news is that robot is broken in a good spot. They're blocking a trench.
And they just put up a bunch of fuel points into their hub.
So Red back in the lead with their shift. And now it's endgame. So 35-point advantage Red in the endgame. Blue does have a lot of stage fuel, but 858 not in position to score. 858 going on defense. I think that robot might be having issues now.
72-20, Steel Falcons trying to help his teammate. And there's a clear shot right there for B-Botics. They're up 40 with about 5 seconds. Unless there's a big push here by Blue Alliance, we're going to go to a third match.
Fabricator's doing a great job, 51-66, shooting to the last second, getting that hang, 10 bonus points, that's nice. But I don't know what happened to 858. 858 was not back with them scoring in that last period, that end game period. And they're down, they're down 29 points on the board. They got a 10-point hang. So this is like a 19-point edge. That's one hopper for 858. So I wonder if the damaged robot bug flipped alliances and finally bit the number 5 alliance here.
So we are expecting we'll have a Red Alliance win, and that will force a third match.
And we do. Red Alliance does win this match. It'll be 243 for Red, 206 for Blue.
Well, a nice bounce back for the Red Alliance. You don't want your day to end. You don't want to watch a team's day end due to mechanical failure like that. So we're happy that they were able to get all their stuff together.
Yep. Yeah. So now it's 1-1. So damaged robots for Alliance 2 and Red in the first match. Looks like maybe a damaged robot 858 here in this last match for Blue, our number 5 Alliance. So we're gonna have one more match to go. Hopefully no more broken robots, and we can see what happens. But man, that match was so close. 858 just losing kind of the ability to shoot there at the end. Really curious what happened, but that match was, what were we? We were 37-point difference. Definitely could have been made up in the end game if 858 was still functional.
Let's head downstairs and join Steve.
Thanks, guys. Well, look, there was some panic I could see coming out of the pits to come out here, Noelle. But hey, you guys win the autonomous round, and you're able to pull away and get a win to stay alive. Now we're going to the winner-take-all round 3. Let's start with coming out of the pits. The relief that you must have felt seeing that your intakes were working.
Yeah, we did not think our intakes were working when we actually started. So the Bees told me right before, they're like, we're having to play defense. And I'm like, oh, shoot. We only have one person that's going to be able to shoot. So we had a plan. And then they get on the field and they're like, we might be able to do it. So in odd time when they worked, it was wonderful. And then our intake broke again. And it's got interesting. So right now I think the Bees are trying to finally finish fixing their intake, because it was like kind of half finished.
Yeah.
And we're trying to figure out what went wrong again.
Do you think you're going to have enough time, the Bees speaking for them, in about 15 minutes to get that fixed for the final round?
Well, the Bees were the ones that were able to shoot at the end.
Okay,
Yeah, we're the ones that I think we're going to be able to. We got it mostly fixed. I think it went off partly bad. And now we have lots of help. The Bees are also going, I think if everything goes back to getting not broken, it should be good.
Dan, we're going in for a final one. What's your question for Noelle?
Yeah, so this is always a challenge for alliances. You have all of these robot issues. Your teams are scrambling to get the robots fixed up and out on the field. Is anybody taking some time to think about strategy?
Yeah, that's
You have new plans for the next match?
So I'd kind of do the strategy, but we kind of have liked our strategy in the past. So we've mostly been sticking with it. With the broken robots, it gets changed constantly. But I think our robots got bored and decided to spice things up for us.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens in this final one. Alliance 5's been tough, but Alliance 2 gets a big win to stay alive. Dan, 15 more minutes. We're in for a good one.
Absolutely. Here's the points. Here's how it breaks out. Again, very close in autonomous, but Teleop goes in favor of the Red Alliance.
Yeah, we saw Robotics 10-6-3-3 getting hung up in autonomous, not able to get back over the bump in order to shoot and score. So that 43 points in auto. Remember, this is a number 2 alliance that put up 100+ points in auto one match, in their biggest match. So that is a letdown for them, but a couple robots maybe not fully functional, got bumped a little bit, unlucky. Blue would have been a golden opportunity to steal auto here with that mistake. Only 6 points short. They win that auto mode. Who knows how this match plays out? Then again, we have robots on both sides, 858, and it sounds like 72-20, losing their kind of ability to load and score balls at the end of that match.
No tower climbs, no penalty points, so everything came with the fuel cells. Let's get a replay. You saw the panic before the match started, and then it got a little worse.
Mode. Yeah, 10-6-3-3, they're shooting into nothing. Now, if they had accidentally scored one of those balls, that would have been a 15-point major penalty, but because they missed them all, there's no foul. You can shoot balls from the middle, you just can't score them from the middle zone.
There's the 10-6-3-3 model. Robotics loading up on points.
Yep, and here we see 858. This is where something broke. I saw them do this. They kind of unloaded and tried to feed to the human players, which is smart. Make use of those balls. I didn't realize at the time. I thought maybe they were going to reload and just make some human player, parallel tasking for them. But that, I think, was the moment where they decided their shooter wasn't working, and they probably needed to commit harder to playing defense. They did cross the field, but we're kind of in no man's land for some of the end of that match.
Another award ceremony. Let's go down on the field.
We have 2 more awards before our next match. Firstly, we have the Rookie All-Star Award. This celebrates the rookie team exemplifying a young but strong partnership effort, as well as implementing the mission of FIRST to inspire students to learn more about science and technology. The recipient team will be invited to the First in Michigan District Championship, where they will interview and compete for the Rookie All-Star Award against winners from other qualifying events, but will not compete with their robot unless they qualify separately. This rookie team decided a kitbot would not clear their path. Classroom sessions were critical as the team lumbered into uncharted territory. This brand new team of 6 busy beavers have already shown impressive results, qualifying to compete for the Rookie All-Star Award at state. At the district championship is team number 11399, the Timber Tech. The District Championship First Leadership Award semifinalists are outstanding, passionate student leaders who demonstrate exemplary effectiveness at attaining FIRST ideals. They were nominated by their teams for their direct contributions and impact on others, exemplifying leadership and commitment on the team and in their community. District Championship First Leadership Award semifinalists recognized here today will move forward to compete at the district championship. Today, we would like the following student to come down to be recognized. Congratulations to Caden In from team number 4967. It looks like our host teams, Red Storm Robotics and that one team, have something to say to the judges. Hey, judges! It's time for the Macarena Challenge!
We're still waiting to start our third and final championship match. Teams are tweaking their robots. Lord knows they've got some work to do because it's been a little bit dicey for both teams, really mechanically. Before we get to our championship match, though, earlier, Steve Iwanek talking with one of the younger teams, the rookie teams that's here, the 11-3-99 team from Eau Claire.
All right, Dan and Dan, thank you so much. Well, I tell you what, it's not just all the veterans that are in the room. There are some newbies as well. And I'm joined right now by Brandy Narrigan, the head coach of Eau Claire. Brandy, thanks so much. Give me a few minutes of your time. This is your first year kind of getting into the high school world. Talk to me. How did you get involved? What was the spark to say, you know what, I want to go from middle school into high school?
So I'm actually a rookie coach for both the middle school and the high school coach.
Okay.
We started in this fall with the middle school team and had some success. And in the back of my mind, I thought maybe eventually we'd start a high school team. I wasn't planning on doing it this year. But my high school students came to me and they're like, Miss Ann, you started a middle school team. We really want this. Why can't we do it? I'm like, I don't really want to make the time commitment. I know what high school robotics is. I don't think I'm ready for it. And they're like, and they came after me day after day, and finally I'm like, okay, we'll do it.
You know, I read a stat that there are more high school robotics teams in Michigan than there are football teams in the high school world in Michigan. This shows the passion that all these districts across the state have for robotics. For you, how did you discover that you wanted to be a part of robotics and to help coach these young students?
Well, that's actually a funny story, because my son and my stepson have both been in part of robotics for the last 7-8 years, and I swore up and down robotics was done last year. I was glad to be out. Sitting in the stands as a parent, it can be really boring watching the same thing over and over again. And so when they came to me, that was kind of my thought process. And then as I got into it with middle school and found all the good things that there is, especially gracious professionalism, which is my big push for FIRST, and I love that item from FIRST. And so then I got into it and I was like, this is a really cool STEM program. And now I'm working with our curriculum director to start a robotics class at Eau Claire, probably not next year, but the year after.
Look at you going from the stands, now inspiring, hopefully even another wave of education and programming opportunities for your students at your school. Now, right now, you're a first-year coach, but you're not doing this by yourself. There's been someone by your side helping to build these robots and to give you some mentorship in your own right. Can you explain a little bit of that story?
Absolutely. My significant other, Coach Andy, has been a mentor for the Berrien Springs team for the last 7-8 years. He actually coaches the FTC team at Berrien Springs. And when I got into this, I'm like, I'm in over my head. I don't know enough about this to do these kids justice. Will you come help us and be our second coach? And he kind of hemmed and hawed about it too, but eventually we caught him onto our side, and he's been a great asset to our program.
Well, I tell you what, look at you. Something that you're a story of how hesitancy can lead to something even greater, and you just took a chance, and look at where you're at now, helping out the next wave of students at Eau Claire, and hopefully we'll continue to see you for years and years to come. Brandy, thank you so much for your time, and with that, Dan and Dan, we send it back over to you.
Okay, thanks very much, Steve. We will step aside, and it's our final match of the day. Best of 3, we're down to that number 3. We'll continue with more from East Kentwood High School in just a moment.
Flying is beautiful. Even the idea of flying is beautiful. Taking to the air to see the earth is boundless and borderless. Surely the skies were never meant to be the sole province of birds. We were meant to fly. Flying connects us to the people we love, transports us to the places we dream about, protects us, defends us, and brings the world closer together. We play no small part in making those connections possible. We are a company of storied inventors and timeless innovators. The men and women who built America's first jet engine, who are now building the idea engine that will power the future of flight. A company of thinkers and dreamers, engineers and allies. A company with the freedom to soar. Every day, millions of people take wing on our creations, and yet there are a billion more still earthbound who yearn to fly. This is our mission to lift us all to even greater heights. We were meant to invent. We were meant to explore. We were meant to connect. We were meant to dream. We were meant to fly.
A drone dock, think of it kind of like a bird's nest. It's a spot for the drone to return to and charge, upload any images it took, and then relaunch at a different time. This allows us to have a lot of information about our system. We can rapid respond to outages. So say at 1 in the morning, a line goes out because of a tree fall or a bird strike. We can respond within minutes to that, get good eyes on the site. And while our crews are gearing up to respond, we can get them information about where it is and what's wrong to make sure they are bringing the correct equipment to site. In an outage, every minute counts. It could be something like a hospital is currently on backup generators. It could be a person at home who is trying to figure out why their lights are not turning on or whether or not their food is spoiling in the fridge. This allows us to be quicker on our response time without increasing the costs to do that. In the same time, we can get predictive with it. We can be working towards a much more proactive maintenance system and replacement system, and even seeing the outages before they happen. This really allows us to secure the grid for the future.
It all comes down to this. Winner take all, best of 3. And this is number 3. So we'll have one more introduction, but the number 2 alliance and the number 5 alliance. One will come out as the district champion today here at East Kentwood High School. This playoff bracket presented by Caterpillar. Yes, everybody's scrutinizing their equipment now. It's been a kind of a bumpy ride to get to this point for these two.
Sure. Both alliances having some hiccups, having some robot issues. But I will say I was watching the robots coming back to the field. Robotics was first out, so 11-339 or 633 should be good to go in this match. They didn't need extra time to work on it. And both 858 and 7220 also pretty early to the field. So whatever was wrong at the end of last match with those two robots seems to be sorted out, or at least they think it's sorted out. We do got to keep an eye on Comstock 10642, who did lose. Right, they lost connection, I believe, at the end of that last match. So they were also out pretty quickly, but that is one more robot issue that we got to keep an eye on.
Yeah, you don't need any more anxiety at this point if you're down there with those robots.
Yeah, it's important to start the match in the right mindset, right? Where you believe in the robot. You don't want to drive like you're afraid it's going to be broken. Right. You need to believe in your robot. You need to kind of be calm and ready for that first move. So hopefully these teams, that second break, I think the last match was much more frantic. This one, it seems like the teams are all ready. So they should be set up for that.
So they'll reintroduce the teams again. They'll take one more bow. And you really need, all these teams really need, you got to have one person who can kind of take the air out of the room for the kids, right? Yep. I mean, that's you got to have someone that can do that. Otherwise, it's just all adrenaline, all anxiety, and that's not really great.
It depends on the team. Some of the teams are small, so it's a little bit harder. But I know some of the bigger teams, the drivers are not the ones fixing the robot. So the drivers can talk strategy, focus up, get their mind in the right place. Somebody else can be frantically putting it back together. It does look like some of our younger teams are a little bit smaller, so sometimes you got to pull double duty. And yeah, then you need the coach. Or, as we saw in the last match, the average Joe's guy coming down and be like, all right, you're good now. Take a deep breath and go play the match.
That was great.
Even better, too, because he was in the full-on average Joe's competition jersey from the movie. All right, everybody's connected. Looks like Fabricators waiting on camera. Looks good now. And I think that's everybody. So we should be good to go here any second.
Thumbs are up. We kick it off with auto. 20 seconds of autonomous.
Robotics switched sides of the field. They traded positions with 7220. Still a big hit with 5166, and they ended up beached on the balls. But 5166 having issues as well. They're shooting at nothing right now. Turret not finding lock.
Looks like a little advantage for the Red Alliance coming out of autonomous. 10 seconds of transition, then shift one.
Yep, somebody's got to save Robotics here. Get them off those balls. 10-6-4-2 Comstock does just that.
Steel Falcons was ready to put in a whole bunch of fuel cells. Now it's the Blue Alliance with an open window here, and they're going to rack up some points.
Yep, still behind though. They've got to get the lead here. They got about 8 seconds left in this shift, and they've got to take the lead. There it is.
That's a pretty good run for them.
All right.
Red Alliance ready to answer. That is a consistent flow of fuel cells going into that hub.
Yeah, Fabricators 5166 are poaching now. They're all the way across the field again, trying to get some of those balls out of that zone. This was kind of their one alternative strategy that we were waiting to see. Can they get back in time for their offensive shift? Yes, just in time, 2 seconds, one. They'll be able to shoot right away. Except it's not shooting, 5166.
Oh boy.
Something's wrong.
And they are losing precious time, and fuel cells are not going into that hub. That's a problem.
Good move to feed the human player with the balls that are there. That's going to get them some offense. But they're down by a lot. They're going to have to absolutely lock down the Red Alliance here in this shift.
And they're not doing it. That is a smorgasbord of fuel cell points.
Yeah, an absolute wave of balls there at the start of Red's second shift. And they've got over 120-point lead now.
Oh, they're just going to town. And the Blue Alliance is just not in position to score.
Good defense, 5166, hitting some 7220 at the right time, getting some misses there. But meanwhile, Robotics up in the corner, just continually scoring for Red. We're in the end game now. Blue can score again, but they're not making a big dent here.
Red Alliance is going to blow right by 300.
So very smart play by 5166. They know they need points. They tried to feed the human players again. They got their climb, but it's not going to be enough.
Unbelievable. They were on their knees, crawling to get their machines back onto the field and functional. Now they just bagged a huge win, and they are going to win this event.
Yep, tentatively, it is going to be Alliance number 2. I think I saw heads up on or thumbs up on the field, so I don't think there's going to be any discussions or any surprise penalties here, but we do have to wait for the official result. But yeah, they're feeling good over there.
Yeah. Amazing how quickly things can change. And again, the stress, the anxiety, the pressure of having to fix your machine under duress and all that goes with it. It is a Red Alliance win. We're going to get the total numbers up here. 336 to 176. That's almost a 2-for-1.
Yeah, Alliance 2 reverting to form. Alliance 5, unfortunately, they're the one bitten by the robot issue bug in that match. 5166, who had really been one of the most consistent robots this entire playoff run. I mean, we've been talking about downed robots, broken robots. Feels like every match, but this is the first time I think we've talked about 5166 being in that position. So unfortunate for them, just the wrong time to have that issue.
Steve Iwanek downstairs with the winning Red Alliance.
You know, it's amazing what can happen in about 30 minutes. You can go from seemingly being panicked about your state of your intakes to then celebrating jubilantly winning a match today. I forgot to say my words. How does it feel to win that way?
It feels amazing. Definitely like our robots decided to spice stuff up, but it was amazing.
It seems like, I know that wasn't your highest point total today, but it seemed like that was one of your cleanest performances today, getting, 333 points. Just what was going on back in the pits in that last 15 minutes, or what was discussed and what was adjusted?
Well, the Bees were getting stuff done. It seemed like they were going to be able to shoot. The Colts, they have not had any problems for the last 2 times, and they were actually an amazing second pick. They unbeached the Bees twice in that match so that we could keep shooting. And for our side, we were fixing and getting it out on time. So
yeah, how about Dan? How about for you? Well, I'll ask you this instead. The joy that you had with your group over there, your alliance. Is this kind of a culminating feeling for you? Does this show all the work that you put in as a result?
Yeah, definitely. It's awesome seeing going from the beginning and how close-knit the group has become.
Yeah. And how close-knit First Robotics is as a whole, because I know there's a ton of respect for everybody in this organization and for that other alliance who put up a great fight today. You have to admit, they were battling hard all day. So congratulations to Alliance 2, a big success today. Go celebrate with your teammates. And with that, Dan, we send it over to you.
All right, thank you, Steve. Great work today in the pits. And the board looks like this. 285 points in fuel. I mean, they were just, they rose to the occasion when they had to.
Yeah, they got those robots fixed, and then they were firing on all cylinders. I mean, shift 2, that match, they put up 119 in a shift. In 30 seconds, they put up 119 points. And then shift 4 in endgame, they came back with another 159. So big teleop scores. Still some autonomous mode issues. They got things that they can still improve on, but a very, very good performance by these robots.
Well, just a tremendous finish. Lots of excitement here today at East Kentwood High School. So a Red Alliance win. How about a flashback, and let's see how this played out.
Yep, blue here still working, 5166. Loading up, and then here's some defense. And then on the flip side, 72-20, we look, 10-6-6-3, that's the second time they got beached. They got kind of stuck there. And Comstock is going to come all the way back across the field to free them. And we see blue, this is where, we'll see, 72-20, again making some shots. This is where 5166 crossed the field, stole a bunch of balls, and I think that was good. That was going to give them, some of the ball control back, maybe a chance to close back up. Unfortunately, the shooter didn't work, and they're back here trying to play defense, but that shift 2 and the shift 4 and end game for that Red Alliance, just too much.
What a wild finish. They count down to 0-0, and it is a Red Alliance win.
And again, first win for all 3 of those programs.
Wow. And they win under duress too, so let's not let's tip the cap to them as well.
Yeah, they had to work
that
for
way.
it.
Great work today by everybody. Thanks so much to Steve Iwanek working down on the sidelines for us. Thanks so much to my partner, Dan Kimura. I'm Dan Gutowski. We are joining you next Saturday for the mother of all high school robotics events. The state of Michigan will be there at Saginaw Valley State University on Saturday, and we will have all the action. The state finals in Michigan High School Robotics taking place April 18th, Saturday, 2 p.m. We'll see you there. Have a great week, and we will see you next weekend.
A great day of competition here on Dematic Field in Kentwood, Michigan. Give it a round for everybody, all the robots here today. But now that we're done with the competition, we still have a few more awards left. So the next award is the Engineering Inspiration Award, sponsored by SpaceX. The award celebrates outstanding success in advancing respect and appreciation for our engineering within a team's school, organization, and community. The recipient team will be invited to the First in Michigan District Championship, where it will interview and compete for the Engineering Inspiration Award against winners from other qualifying events, but will not compete with other robots unless they qualify separately. This small team from a small community in Michigan's thumb has already made an impact larger than a horse. They have developed a sustainable pipeline of middle and elementary students with their STEM nights and library outreach, their spaghetti dinners and local parades, engage their community and get them excited about STEM. They leave no students in the dark. Qualifying to interview for the Engineering Inspiration Award at the First in Michigan District Championship is team number 8767, Dark Horse Robotics. Our next award is the District Finalist Award. This award celebrates the alliance that makes it to the final match of the competition. First, recognizes the talent of these outstanding competitors. They were sensational, and we are proud to honor them. Congratulations to the alliance captain, team number 5166, and their partner, team number 858 and 8767. Our next award is the District Event Winner Award. The Kentwood First District, sponsored by Dematic, formed a powerful alliance who rose to many challenges of rebuild and proved to be an exciting and competitive combination. They can now proudly hang a winner's banner in their pit. Congratulations to the Alliance captain, Team 7220. Congratulations to their partners, team number 10633 as well. And team number 10642. The final award of the night and the final award of the Kentwood District event is the First Impact Award. This is the most prestigious award at First. It honors the team that best represents a model for other teams to emulate. It embodies the purpose and goals of First. The First Impact Award is presented to the team judged to have the most significant, measurable impact of its partnerships among its participants and community over a sustained period. Not just one single build season, the winner is able to demonstrate progress towards First mission of transforming our culture. The recipient team will be invited to the district championship, will it compete for the First Impact Award against other winners from qualifying events to compete with their robot. This team's impact is anything but ordinary. They will have a strong pipeline of future students, a willingness to get their hands dirty, and a rock-solid foundation. No run-of-the-mill team could take a swat at the community the way this one does. From hosting FRC events and establishing after-school transportation routes so younger students can participate, to developing buzz gloves that helps Parkinson's patients manage tremors. This team has shown that engineering can change lives far beyond the playing. They are proof that when students show up with big passion and purpose, the results are anything but average. Congratulations to team number 3620, the Average Joes. And now we will see the Joe's Impact video.
Video ends.
Announce now. And next, we have a teaser video for the 2027 season.
Okay. That's all I meant. That's it. Wrap it up.
Yeah. This concludes the award ceremony and our first competition here in Kentwood. Please join me in congratulating all teams on their performance, and more importantly, for all the effort towards a successful future. Woo! Good luck to all the teams on the rest of your season, and get excited about next year. Thank you, everyone. You're welcome to stay and clean up. The host teams would greatly appreciate your help. Good night and safe travels.